Felicitations, my family fledglings. And Ghost, it's so good to unsee you as well. Damien Halme here with another time zone. Welcome for you. Happy time zone. Tonight and every Wednesday night, we do these discourse, a deep dive into a topic that is controversial and has hot takes, hot topics, and potentially negative ramifications for even streaming it in the first place. And tonight's negative ramification stream is about negative ramifications for streams. How meta is that? How it's meta that I answered the question I just told you. I asked you how meta. Welcome. My name is Damien. Just kidding. I'm a disruptor. We discuss things that are confusing, hard to understand the opposite side, extremely biased, things in which one party or both will accuse both themselves as being great and the other side as being evil or something like that. And we dissect it all and talk a lot more civilly about these sort of things because they deserve it. Some things deserve a more civil treatment than we've been giving them lately. However, not everything. This is not the immunity platform. This isn't the place where you go to listen to us regale the masterworks of evil and dark people just because we said we don't call ideas evil. We navigate both sides and understand motivations so that we can properly attack the bad. No one is beneath our scrutiny. What's my personal bias? Why are you here? Why would you feel like a Wednesday where you actually have to think at night could possibly be a good thing to do? Why would you come to this particular channel? My bias is toward trying to find a more objective and absolute truth. That's my ultimate bias. If something is too pandering to one political side, whether that's in American terms a far left or far right, I get an itch and I want to try to find the opposite claim or at least a more truthful claim. I use fact checker websites. I use fact checker news sites that aggregate different biases together so that you can see how a particular news story can be skewed by money, by ownership of a company, and by political bias. And we try to lay bare claims. We actually do and will sit here and read plain text for legal documents, plain text for scientific articles, look for funding, look for errors in logic at the base core, and try to discover some actual truth. We also game here as well. But if you come here with the idea that the game that I'm playing is a game you want to see me play, and we're in the middle of deep conversation, we're going to be prioritizing the conversation. You might just see me running around in circles while we have a really good chat. That's why we're here. That's what we do. This community that we've built so far is of like-minded people that are very smart, very loving, and very empathetic, who are also driven towards seeing a bigger truth rather than putting their hearts on the line and pushing a certain bias or another. We all seek to understand deeper both sides or all sides to an argument. Real life endangerment. Hi and welcome. Wasn't here because of work. How you should just quit your job, because watching me is more fun than work, probably. I think advertisers should dictate 500 million% of everything. Interesting. That's a hot take. Satan isn't evil. He just wants you to join him in his sick hot tub that's filled with lava and fire. That sounds pretty sick. It also sounds painful, though, on it, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Also, the idea of Satan, to be honest. Okay, so we are also tonight catching up to my free company, which is code word for guild in Final Fantasy XIV. Oz and I have been playing through the main story, which happens to be a big prerequisite to getting a lot of content unlocked in the game. And just last night, we finished the main story for the expansion, which has since been patched with more main story, which we haven't touched yet. So we've only finished the original expansion's main story. But that does unlock significant opportunities for us to get involved in other things. So I will probably be doing a little bit of that said catch up in various things. I also, in Final Fantasy, do what's called omni crafting and omni. I'm an omni job person. I play every single job. That's class for those of you that play other MMOs. And so I am also greedy with my other characters that are not my main and getting them up to the right level where they can also enjoy endgame content. Why? Because I have a sickness when it comes to MMOs. Yeah. Before we go into anything involving the game, though, I did want to explain what the heck an adpocalypse is and what we were talking about. And I found somebody who's just a little bit biased in his reporting. It turns out a lot of people who talk about the adpocalypse are really biased about what they're talking about. So much so that they would fabricate. Well, hello. Thanks, Akumu, for those chills. Hi, and welcome. I should invite people under 18 to watch your streams. Just know you'll be breaking TOS. And they will be too. So you might make some people upset if they get bans from YouTube. But I suppose they can always just try to make new accounts and ban evade. Although YouTube and Google are doing pretty good about knowing who ban evades them, as I understand it. So good luck. Good luck with your endeavor. You'll probably need a wee bit of luck. I wanted to pull up a gentleman by the name of Philip DeFranco. I've been watching Philip DeFranco ever since we were both much younger. He's a real big advocate on news, and he used to, just like from his room, it looked like, live stream about things that he read about or just like news that he was up on. He did his own research and he tried to present it in a way that was, one, without sort of the weird delivery that the anchors do. He wanted to sort of plain speak everything that was going on, and two, he really wanted to try to remove media bias. I think he still has media bias. He skews like medium left, but he does a fairly good job of presenting both sides to the best of his ability. To the best of somebody's ability who has some bias that's hard. I think I have an easier time removing bias than him, but that's just me. That's just me. He's still good. He still does better than I do. Because he's actually putting on a news show. And I am right now live streaming at a bare minimum that I want to do in this world, but we'll see how we can grow this in the near future. Damien is now part YouTube / Twitch bot and ChatGPT, as in I would advocate for those companies. We'll see. We'll see after tonight's stream. Yeah. Okay. We are pulling up, let's see, Philip DeFranco, and see if I can find the right thing here. It's coming through here. We are going to see if we can bring him onto the big screen. Boom. Did that do it? Yeah, it did. Oh, man, it's like I do this for a living. Okay, but if I mess with that, that'll put it out of frame. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let's talk about. Look at how I froze this guy. Poor guy. I might get off in a bit. I mean, if you are logging off, that's one thing. If you are, who am I to dictate how you spend your time on that side of the camera? Whatever you go to do, please enjoy. All right, so this guy is going to sort of break down what's going on in terms of the Adpocalypse, which was a couple days back now, but I just wanted to bring it up to bring up the sort of controversy of advertisers and their power over folks like me, your favorite content creators, the people that you tune in on their channels every day to watch the content. Can I mute? Oh, I just mute this and then I play this. This would be pretty good.
Apocalypse is here again, allegedly.
This is a memeable freeze frame. It is. That's actually really good. This is like the Shia LaBeouf do it frame. Okay. Also, hi Sam. Let's try this again.
Y'all, the Adpocalypse is here again, allegedly. Maybe. Also, this time, not on YouTube, but instead, it has to deal with everything that's happening over on Twitch right now. And actually, where we'll start with this is the update to Twitch's hateful conduct policy that happened over the weekend.
So, and he's talking about changes that are happening because of certain live streamers. And I think he should have started with that because Twitch doesn't just change their policy handbook in a bubble. Usually things have to happen, like people start to push certain limits and then they make big sweeping changes on the Twitch office admin side of things. They're talking with their legal team. They're trying to figure out what can we do, what's going on. I feel like we're being negatively impacted as a business in some way. And I don't know how well Twitch does as a business. I haven't done the research on their stock holdings or anything, but to be absolutely clear, this story starts with behaviors of certain streamers on Twitch. And from my findings, it does not seem like YouTube has been unaffected by some of the changes and content that was going on either. So when I say Adpocalypse, a lot of people put Twitch in front. I kind of have seen some activities on both Twitch and YouTube side of things. So I don't want to foist the blame solely on Twitch has got weird stuff happening to it. It's when something happens to content creators and advertisers and platforms, it's not just one place. You know what I mean? I.e. Hassan. Yeah, we could talk about that. We will talk about that. Streamers abusive? A bug? Huh? Twitch uses a nuclear bomb to fix the problem? Sometimes. Just kidding, no idea what's happening on Twitch. I'm a YouTube user. Well, let's talk about it, because this is not, again, endemic to just the Twitch world.
With him saying in a blog post, starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief is against our rules.
So yeah, here we go. And this is just one little blip of an iceberg that happened. This is protectionist, right? Not only are we looking at a word that is becoming something that will target people with sort of a sweeping broad claim, to call somebody a Zionist in this day and age now has more meaning than just to say very neutrally somebody who has a belief in a creation of an Israeli state somewhere in the Middle East, generally for religious purposes of constructing or reconstructing a homeland for a Jewish faith people, and now has other deeper connotations, some of which can be seen as slang, slanderous, evoking ideas of what's the word I'm looking for? Colonialism, the concept of stepping into places you have no legal right and creating a place for your people to live while pushing out or causing other harms to the people who are indigenous to that area. indigenous itself being a term that's getting harder and harder for us to use or define in any particular culture, because as we go back through the annals of history, we wonder at what point do we look at a people and say these people have been here, but more recently than those people, longer than these people, at an older time, or originally compared to these people. Those sorts of legal claims need to start being addressed on a direct basis, but that's well outside of what's going on here. This is just really a few people, and in particular, probably one big political streamer who is using the term in a new derogatory sort of way, and it is meant to be a demeaning situation here. Now, as far as whether the concept of Zionism is or isn't demeaning, it's not something that I'm looking to try to tackle tonight. If y'all want to discuss it, y'all can, and I will decide how dangerous I want my own stream to go into as far as territory here, because what's happening is something that Philip DeFranco is going to mention as far as this goes.
With Twitch going on to clarify that referring to the Zionist political movement in either a positive or negative way, that won't get anyone dinged, but their goal is to, quote, prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people.
Yeah. So the idea is if you can dog whistle your way around certain content filters or certain auto describers that are concerned about a word that you pull up, then they're already, red flagging a little bit, and they want to add this particular term to a list of other terms that people use to sort of sneak in or discuss things that probably shouldn't really be spoken about with too much laxity, or will be an adverse statement against a certain group of people that could to racism, could be akin to using prejudice or stereotypes to sweep over groups of people that are not involved in a given activity. One thing in particular that I think people outside of a conflict are very good at is lumping together the actions of a fanatic group, lumping together the actions of a bad political system, and connecting citizenry to that. So if you're from the wrong place and people around you are being loud, hateful, violent, there's a good chance that even though you're not associating with them, your mere location on the globe associates you with them to other countries, to other societies, to other live streamers who are far away from the point and are just making claims because it's easy to make lumps out of people. In the US, the far right has done it for a long time, especially with regard to what sort of flavor and color they would like to see in the US based on historical basis. But the far left has also been getting really good at doing this as well, insofar as creating places where people cannot communicate on the same level, bias based on your lineage and your ability to pass or not pass, to oppress or not oppress, to gain privilege or not to privilege, have also led people to group you into yes or no groups based on how they would like to, all of which, of course, grouping of people is, in my opinion, unsavory. And this policy is really just trying to make unsavory grouping claims a thing that they could punish. But why?
Which, I mean, just that by itself, that stoked its own set of reactions and controversy. But then, the second half of this...
You talk about those that just flashed on the screen, because, man, he flashed through those
their
real
goal
fast.
Is to, quote, prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people. Which, I mean, just that by...
So Jake Steinberg says, by flagging Zionist as a slur, Twitch conflates Zionism with Jewish identity, erasing dissent and diversity among Jews. I stand to agree here. I understand Twitch's idea is generally backed by this is bad for business and we'd like to punish people who are being bad for business, but they're not clear on that front. If they would only just say that, perhaps. This stifles criticism of a political ideology during a time in which ethnic cleansing is being carried out in Zionism's name. Ethnic cleansing being an idea that is not ubiquitous about the actions going on in that area. So this person is making a claim that is as though he is stating a fact when he's stating an ideology himself. But also more so, the idea is being stifled, I think. If one person cannot say the word Zionist and perhaps is afraid of doing so because it's going to hurt their career, maybe it's not their usage that we should be so concerned about. Maybe we really should have more people openly expressing their ideas, because it gives us an idea of whose ideas we want to listen to and why. I think the moment we tell people don't use this term in a negative way, we lose the ability to hear who has that word mapped in a negative way. If you're really going to use this word as a slur, shouldn't we know who you are and then make the decision ourselves as viewers as to whether or not that person is someone whose ideas we align with or someone we find reprehensible for having done so? Perhaps.
By itself, that's dope.
Frost Prime says Twitch makes Zionist a banned term while half the top streamers say ableist slurs every day. We're cooked, man. This does lead to another thing that I think I've noticed, especially in the realm of there's a vein of people that I looked up to that I originally was moving my stream toward as far as content goes, creating a kind of a niche where deep conversations, hard topics, reactions to immediate political situations, controversy, and just anything that was very polarizing, that I could do that and I could get into debates and big fact checking, because these are all things that I'm just particularly personally wired for. And if you can benefit from the way my brain is wired, all the better. However, I do notice that the top streamers in this space, and I'm just going to rattle off a few names because Sam already mentioned Hassan, but I've watched content from Hassan, content from Destiny, content from, oh, hang on, we've got an Oz, a wild Oz stepping in, which I will pass this to so that it doesn't lose its battery power and start beeping on my stream. Hi, how we doing?
Good.
I'm in a bit of mid-rant right now, but I paused because I heard you coming in, so I wanted to say hi and not just like talk at the screen while you're in here.
What are we ranting?
Well, we're eventually going to be going into the idea of the adpocalypse and how it has affected streamers, why Twitch has done it in the first place, and what sort of culture the big streamers are enculturating or not. And
because they feel like they're being told, I can't about this thing or else I'll affect my revenue.
so different streamers are saying different things about this. We just haven't gone that far as to who's mentioning what and what kind of claims are being made and what sort of falsities are being made. But it's a disparate outcome for everybody. So some streamers are even claiming there isn't one, and some are claiming there is, and it's heavy and it's really bad. It's very draconian. Yeah. So the question to the audience tonight is, how much should advertisers get to dictate what I say, what Oz says, what your favorite streamers say, and how much should we be playing along with them because we are making money through advertisers to some degree. We're not all funded by all of you. We're also at the behest of who will run ads on our shows.
Yes, but I mean, realistically. Okay, I will step up.
Folks can't hear you unless...
And they can't see me either right now.
Hang on.
So my opinion on that, just my gut reaction opinion on that is, much like any company has a right to serve or not serve you, they have a right to not give you money because they don't support your behavior or the opinion that you've been outspoken about because it doesn't represent them as a company.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair. It's fair to me.
All right. Okay, let me pull this back up on Strum now that we're not covering Oz's face. Oz might stream for just a little bit. You heard it here first. Breaking news.
Start stream like 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, I know.
And then I got talking about religion, relationships.
Okay. You can talk about that on stream. That's true. All right. Yeah, so I've been looking to enter a space that was not unlike folks like Hassan, Destiny, Vosh, Mike from PA, Prime K's, trying to rattle off as many not so erudite, some folks that are definitely controversial and are willing to be controversial and talk in spaces that are potentially full of hot topics. Many of these folks live actually rather close to us locatively as far as the globe goes. So it would be like a short trip or a plane ride to get to them in their studios. There are people I wanted to clash with. There are people I've considered trying to reach out to network to. However, I find a great number of these people, one, naturally they're biased, and some of them are very quick and clean with their bias definitions that describe who and what they're doing and why they're saying what they're doing. But a lot of these folks are bullies. They've gotten a significant amount of clout, a number of these people, from acting like the high school alpha frat jock athlete type person that I winced at in high school. I tried my best not to incur any sort of attention from these people. I was always a little bit off main culture, and I think for some people that was interesting, and I was popular on the dating scene to some degree, but I also didn't enjoy being around people who were too mainstream because I felt like I was going to be judged and maybe, if I wasn't careful, bullied, because I was bullied in late elementary and junior high, middle school. So I try to stay away from people like this, and I find this sort of nature among the streamers that I just mentioned. In some cases, they'll be very white knight about sticking to a topic and focusing on the topic and talking about just how good or bad the merits of a given debate point are. But to a streamer, I almost can't think of one that will not stop and devolve into talking about looks, talking about background or other things, earnings, lifestyle. They'll go ad hominem in some way in a really irreprehensible sort of thing. Ableist slurs are the least of which some of these folks have gone into. And some of them have been banned from major platforms as a result of the way in which they engage with other people. Now, is this a good business strategy? Hell yeah, it is. Are some of these people big based on, one, their ability to think, critique, and rationalize through things, do deep research like I myself am wired to do? Of course, but also because they flip out. If you can get mad, if you can get loud, and if you can get really snarky about somebody else and create amazing insults and put downs off the top of your head that just sound like owns, that just sound like dunks, and you get that shit clipped and put on short form video for TikTok, YouTube Shorts, all that sort of thing, that is a wonderful thing. If you can be that schoolyard bully but sound smart and get a bunch of people ideologically aligned with you, then the ways in which you are going to hurt other people's feelings and attack them as a human being and not the idea that they're fighting against or for, you're going to get a lot of clout. And I think the people who are part of the fandoms to some of these people don't realize just how rude, just how dismissive of other people's looks and backgrounds that they are. We're actually dealing with bullies. They're just smart bullies whose argumentation sounds fun and clever when they rattle it off. They're not like the dumb bully that just punches you. but they're definitely like the Regina mean girl sort of bully. How could you align with that? And yet there's something in a significant portion of live stream and VOD viewers that find this sort of behavior of their streamers worthy of idolatry, worthy of becoming one of the sheep that follow these people. I heard they aren't pulling ads, they're just reducing income across the board for ads, just less income for everybody. Well, let's continue with the story here. I think there was one more quick tweet that somebody was posting on this, or they were posting on Phil DeFranco's screen here.
Its own set of reactions and
ADL. That guy sounds like a service for, I don't know, anti-theft. 1/3 in the time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing their policy regarding the use of Zionist as a slur and proxy for hate against Jews. In a world where we can reduce hate speech, I agree, if it were this simple.
Controversy. But then, the second half of this story is you have a lot of streamers saying they've noticed some major drops in their ad revenue. I mean, we're talking reports of drops as high as 95%.
So I wanted to bring up and pause this screen here. I've done just a mild bit of research on this, but as I understand, this guy, the Stock Guy TV, who's talking about some things in relating to ad revenue, was perhaps not streaming about the content that's behind him on the screen, but was presented this way on another content creator's video that was trying to break down the adpocalypse and was presenting a certain side bias. So this might not be actual the Stock Guy TV footage. The face cam, yes. The backing, yes. The two linked together at this same time like this, his reaction, maybe, maybe not. It might have been put together specifically for Ludwig's video essay on the matter.
I average about $100 to $200 a day in ad revenue, right? 5 days a week. You're talking about $600-700 a week. You're talking about $2,800 a month. $3,000 a month. I make about $8,000 a month on average, and sometimes 9, right? So it's about 40% of my, sometimes 50% of my income. I'm averaging $15. $15 in ad revenue.
And so seemingly with people's wallets getting hit, this sparked a lot of conversation from some of the big names in the streaming world. And a number asking or hitting on why is this happening in the first place? With, for example, the likes of Ludwig talking about Asmongold.
The genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch.
So this is an interesting point because this usually is probably not the first place you would want to go as somebody like Phil DeFranco. And the point is, Ludwig here has very strong bias in the situation. He's definitely calling out very specific ideology about where the Twitch adpocalypse came from. He's blaming one specific person for significant moves on a company. I don't necessarily think that I've seen a Twitch where this has happened historically, where they'll look at one of their big earnings. That guy's still loaded. Oh, yeah, the stocks guy. I don't think he's got a problem right now. I think he might have seen something there. And I don't know that in that context, that's exactly everything that he was trying to say. From what I understand, that clip was taken and maybe altered to some degree to be put into Ludwig's video essay on the matter. Now, the big controversy with Ludwig's content, I watched this video as well, is that he's very adamant that one particular streamer, a guy that we've actually watched content for the first time in recent months, only in the last 2 months, I think, I was opened up to the Asmongold lifestyle, what he does with his house and sort of what's going on with his health and all this sort of stuff. That this guy who is a big earner would have any sort of sway over Twitch policy. Now, could somebody make a flippant statement in one live stream that Twitch might look at and say, hey, this guy's significant part of our business model and we might need to change our terms of service about this? Yeah, that's possible. would I foist an entire shift on ad strategy on one person's shoulders and say that a misstep on one person is indicative of market forces that can affect so many people all at once? I don't know. And the big controversy with Ludwig is that while he makes claims about Zach Asmongold possibly shifting Twitch's stance in large ways that would affect advertisers, he is avoiding using the name Hassan, who is another big streamer who is generally very anti-Semitic in his rhetoric, according to some people who watch his shows. Even though I believe I've watched some of his shows too, he's very much against what the state of Israel is doing, but I've never heard him say anything specifically antagonistic to the people of Israel or their religion, or I don't know if he's used Zionist in a negative way. Maybe he has, and I just don't watch a lot of his content. I'm not a Hassan advocate or dissident in either direction. But my point is Ludwig not mentioning anything about Hassan when Hassan talks maybe more about Zionism than Asmongold does seemed like a big miss for someone who is using the idea that a big streamer could affect Twitch policy as part of his theories of what's going forward, right?
Because you see, Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people, that he got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like,
So, yeah. And he also said banned off Twitch. Asmongold was suspended, according to the article that he was actually commenting on. So somebody who was banned, that might change the discourse in a particular platform, because banning will also make a lot of other people scared. Suspension is sort of a slippery slope. People get suspended for all sorts of things, and those suspensions can be long. They can be months long, or they can be days long. They can even be hours long. And depending on who it is, will affect sort of the length and nastiness of the punishment. Naturally, Twitch is in a dangerous spot when it comes down to meting out justice and passing out punishments, because if they punish their big streamers are the big ad revenue earners for Twitch. They make Twitch money. Not just that, but also in interaction from their audience, because they take a cut off of bits, they take a cut off of subscriptions. So Twitch is making money off of these people, but they also can't make it look like it's Wild West, that you can just do whatever you want to do. That would be much more Kick's theory behind their business model, although they're learning to catch up to Twitch as far as their restrictions as well, because they've been dinged so many times by bad actors that they then did not have the good terms of service to protect their own brand when things started to hit the fan.
okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people.
Again, just suspended.
But, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
For example, he mentions
He didn't
Rogan,
say
who
Hassan.
said on stream that she hoped American soldiers got PTSD from their service. And this also after she co-hosted a TwitchCon event that a lot of people believe was anti-Semitic. Though there, I think it's important to know, because we're dealing with such a polarizing topic, you also had a lot of people who didn't see anything wrong with that event. But either way, you have Ludwig saying that people started sending emails to advertisers by the thousands, with them pointing out times that their ads ran near or within segments people thought were anti-Semitic.
It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse.
The guy who was just on screen, it took me a second to pause that video for some reason. The guy on screen that Ludwig is reacting to here is somebody who has worked with and under Destiny for a long period of time. They tended to be early advocates during the Gaza conflict's early days, big advocates of Israel having the right to do what they were doing, maybe talking more in defense of that their response makes sense, and that the people were being as open and transparent as they possibly could be, that their country's administration and the military had so many reporting standards and concepts that they were passing to the greater world, that they were accountable in ways that other wars previous to this one were not as accountable, and that those things really meant something. And I think these both Destiny and this guy, his name's Dan, that they got a lot of, they were under fire for a lot of those points, not least of which when the ICC started to do investigations on the matter to try to see, you know, were war crimes being created, were Geneva Conventions being disrupted, that when these folks doubled down on one side so hard, it definitely painted them in a certain light. Hassan not being of the same camp, he's very much in the opposite camp. I think he was also getting a lot of flack in the same sort of vein, but against or in the opposite side. Just basically people that are maybe less fantastic at presenting both sides of a situation in a fair scenario. This guy in particular, also not a big streamer. It's kind of weird that he's being platformed here in Ludwig's post. It's just sort of a extension of Destiny's career, as I understand it.
Semitic.
It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Attempt, very successful.
And while Frogan was later banned, he still had a lot of people thinking that Twitch really dragged their feet there. And this also is notably a lot of people got really mad at Ludwig because he didn't call out Hassan Piker, who, you know, people have pointed out as a friend of Ludwig and who many have blamed, at least in part, for this whole mess.
And again, yeah, when you look at somebody as big as Hassan, would he have the ability to adjust a line in Twitch's policy as much as Asmongold? Absolutely. Would either of these people be able to sway a mass grouping of different advertisers all to make a policy shift altogether at once based on one streamer's decisions and one streamer's activities? It's probably more nuanced and bigger than that, and being nuanced is probably not that entertaining for people. They would like to have one big scapegoat or one big blame direction rather than understanding the situation at a deeper level.
People saying things like, this is worse than just skimming some tweets to find the news about what happened with the situation. You are literally intentionally leaving things out. And actually, having been named earlier, Asmongold agreed that Hassan definitely played a part here.
Hassan.
I'm gonna pause here. I got to say, there is something weird going on about this guy. I don't watch Asmongold's content besides the steak video that we saw, the house tour that we saw, and just sort of learning a little bit more about why the heck he lived the way that he did for so many years. It looks like he's done a little bit of cleaning up in the last few months, but by and large, he shared something that affected me quite deeply and still affects me, which is the recent passing of his mother. Due to an emergency health event, and she was just taken from his life, and he's still reeling from that. I understand all those things personally and intimately well, and I've also had my own sort of coming to terms and grieving with that hasn't been the healthiest, hasn't been the best for me in my going forward, but something that I'm still wading through. However, he did say something, I think, really antagonistic that I caught in other news. I didn't watch the stream where he mentioned this on his channel, but he started to get into a heated discussion of the Israel and Palestine situation. A gentleman who, from what I understand, is not a political streamer. He does not do deep dives. He doesn't gather his audience together to do research, read scientific articles, or really try to come to an understanding of both sides. He seems to be, to me, more of a gamer streamer who has since moved on to mostly reactions. And so he's got ideas, and his fan base enjoys the ideas that he shares. Now, what kind of fan base has he created? Some people accuse his fan base of being a little more to the right. He is a Texan in the United States. Texans tend to lean a little bit more to the right. But again, because he's not political, he does not exclusively deal in political circumstances on his streams. I find that if you were to listen to him for his political views, you would be probably finding that you're listening to somebody who has ideas and opinions, but not coming from sort of the basis or background of being in that space, being a pundit, being a talking head in that sort of area, and not willing to do his research to sort of learn or understand things before he goes and formulates an opinion. Me, I'm usually pretty nervous to formulate an opinion unless I've actually done some extensive research on a topic, unless what I'm going to say is speculative or just let you know it's an emotional reaction as opposed to something that's rooted in understanding of things, and then that usually spawns my community to step in and give me sources to help broaden my ideas if it turns out that my small view is maybe misled, which I freaking love. That's what I hope to do for you guys as well. But since he was in one live stream quoted as having said something particularly negative about what he sees as religious violence in Hamas, he went on to extrapolate the religious extremism in Hamas, a terrorist group, to basically the people of Palestine. Once you do a lumping like that, you're probably committing some sort of career death, or at least career rebirth, because you're going to have to start reforming or recalculating your thoughts very quickly. Anytime I get lumped in any sort of way with any sort of people, I'm already pissed off at you because I don't feel that I fit in with a lot of people. But I think even if you did fit in with a lot of people, you wouldn't want your name, your ethnicity, your background to be used as criterion for somebody to imagine something about you that's not necessarily true. Whether it's true or not, actually, shouldn't count. If somebody finds out your astrological sign, if somebody finds out where your great-great-great-great-grandparents came from, if somebody finds out what flavor of ice cream that you like, should they be able to say anything about your political views from any of those things? Probably not. Should they be able to imagine your religious upbringing and beliefs of God or the lack thereof based on any of those things? Probably not. The number one thing they should do is probably ask you or find out. And so this guy got a ban, a suspension. I started using Ludwig's terminology all of a sudden. And it looks like punitive action has changed his career, but it changed his career in a very different way. I've been seeing blips and blurps of him through my algorithm ever since we watched those videos together on my stream. And it seems like this guy would really, Asmongold would really like to lean on his newfound glory, newfound fame among the conservatives of the US. He has not built a career in having these sorts of opinions or communicating with this sort of group of people. But I think what he sees is career security by playing up a certain side. And I've seen this before. I don't follow a lot of streamers. I don't have a lot of time to. I'm trying to become my own brand over here as opposed to, watching everybody. But watching people does help you sort of decide kind of where to go with your own career. And I've noticed in particular with Candace Owens and with Sneeko, people who started off either center, not political, apolitical, or maybe even a little bit to the left, or just sort of trying to find their time in the spotlight. Sneeko having come from an early career as a YouTuber in his teens, still living at home. He hit some modicum of fame. And Candace Owens becoming somewhat famous for creating a website that ended up getting controversy. She created an anti-bullying registrar, which in itself became a big bullying tool because you're registering kids and tracking their information in a sort of bullying mode to try to get the other kids safer from bullies or stop the bullies from bullying. But it was a very draconian measure. The left severely attacked Candace Owens for having done that, and she pushed far to the right and is now making right money in the US. She is very conservative in her talking points now and is playing into what I think is probably a good paycheck, a good strategy for her business, even if it looks sort of deplorable. And if you look at her trajectory in total online, it looks like she's shilling to try to get money from one side. Sneeko very much the same way too. He didn't have much of a stance at all, but I think he found a place where it was comfortable for him to talk in a certain way. And the longer he talked in that way, the more famous he got. And he said, well, why not? You can hear and see this trajectory with Sneeko's career, maybe a little bit more last year, where he starts to talk about things in a more religious and more conservative sort of background. But you can tell the religious and conservative side of Sneeko is something that he knows how to say, but he almost doesn't know how to school his face to make you believe it. As a career actor from more than half a decade in Hollywood, I can tell you, I see when somebody's conviction is there, or if not, somebody was at least media trained to show you conviction on their face. And when Sneeko talks about religious dogma as a backbone for creating society, damn, he can't even create the conviction on his face to make you believe the words out of his mouth. It looks like a shill. Interesting fact, Asman has not monetized his Twitch. He says he makes his money from his YouTube. I think that's right. I think I've understood that to be the case too. That makes him more able to say what he wants to say in order to pull what he wants to pull, because I don't think he's worried about advertisers. He can really just look at the demographics. He can look at his engagement with his audience and make decisions there. That might make him more immune for platforms, especially Twitch leans more to the left. I think YouTube is like center left to a degree, but it used to be much farther right back in the day, back in the like early BreadTube days, where groups of people were trying to force it more to the center by going extreme left on the platform, like ContraPoints, like PhilosophyTube. But he's immune to those forces. So if he can find a sudden renaissance to his career by talking big pro-Trump points, big pro-conservative points, big disenfranchised white cishet male points, and he gets a whole bunch of people excited that somebody on these platforms is not afraid to talk about these things, then I think he's finding just how impactful that is. And he might be doing the Candace Owens and Sneeko shift in his career, where if he follows these ideologies and pushes more in this direction, a direction which to a Texan might not be that unnatural for him anyways, it might not be that much of an act, then he can see a renewed engagement with his particular brand right when he thought things were a little bit dicey for him, right?
On clearly is like one of the biggest proponents of this. I would say he is the biggest proponent to a lot of the contention around the, quote, adpocalypse. He's the main reason why this is, like 90% of the examples that are being used are him. Like, or maybe not 90, it might be 80, 70%, but it's like the majority of all examples on the entire platform are all Hassan. So yeah, very clearly, this is the reason why it's happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason.
And he also doubled down on that in his response to Ludwig's video, saying,
a lot of this is because a lot of people just don't like Hassan. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Hassan has said a number of things over the years that sound really bad. I don't want to get into a big debate about whether they are bad or who was right, but we can all acknowledge that there's a lot of people that didn't like him.
And that's interesting coming from somebody who, one, probably does have his own sway. I don't think Ludwig is going off the deep end when he mentioned Asman as being a likely connective force to things going on. You don't have to be ad connective on a platform to affect in this case, Twitch's business relationship with its advertisers. Whether or not you get money from the ads is not indicative of how your performance affects the company's engagement with their business practices. But for him to exclusively blame Asman is probably negative. Asman, I think, is upset and is retaliating by saying it's the majority of this is Hassan, which I don't think he has any sort of fact-checking to prove. I don't think he's the fact-checking sort of person, though. I think he's the sort of person that tells you how he feels. And how he feels right now is probably called out by Ludwig for blaming him for this whole scenario. I also believe that Asmongold might feel that a lot of people are not being affected by this, so it's not what Ludwig says it is. That's true and not true. It did affect a lot of streamers. but it might not have affected Asmongold, who does not have ad revenue engaged in Twitch. And it might not affect a lot of other people who may basically do other types of content that might never touch upon anything happening as a political conflict between two nations, or having a strong opinion one way or the other, or talking about things in negative ways, or using negative verbiage about a people in broad sweeping ways like some streamers are wont to do. Now, I don't know who all loves and who all does not love somebody like Hassan. He's extremely popular and big on his platforms. So somebody out there loves him. But I also would believe that because of the way he acts, his schoolyard bully behaviors, that he can be quite mean to people that he disagrees with, as opposed to giving them credit or talking about the ideas only. He does also engage in a lot of ad hominem and mean ways to speak about people. Would Hassan develop a group of people that do not like him? Absolutely. I don't have an opinion one way or the other of the person, but I disapprove of his ad hominem argumentation. Not least of which, it's a logical fallacy, right? If somebody looks a certain way or says certain things or has other proclivities unrelated to a debate topic, you can't use those as a basis or as evidence of whether that person is right or wrong. It's literally a logical fallacy.
Okay? A lot of people didn't like them. And people are using all of these examples to try to get advertisers to leave. That's the reason why. That's the main reason. So my situation might have made this bigger than it already was, but this was already happening before I even had any of, I never got suspended. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Ethan Klein also jumping back into the mix, calling Ludwig out, saying he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue under the rug.
Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just, you don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it.
Or with Ethan.
Ethan is a leftist who is at odds with Hassan's leftism. The two communities have some overlap, but that I think that's going more and more the way of the dinosaur. Ethan's married to an Israeli, who used to be an Israeli woman, and I think that's created a schism because of Hassan's severe treatment of Israeli culture in general, sort of maybe too broad a brush. And so I think Ethan feels like he is personally, his own household, his own choice in who he would marry has been personally attacked in that sort of way. I do not watch or follow any of Ethan's content, so I know even less about him as far as his own stances and whatnot, but I can understand why he would be upset at Hassan directly.
Bringing up when Hassan earlier this year interviewed a pro-Houthi Yemeni pirate, also criticizing Ludwig for how he talked about the Frogan incidents.
So coming back to this is footage of Hassan's channel where he had somebody who was connected to the piracy movement among the Houthis in Yemen, and he platformed the guy and talked to him. It turned out that they vibed really well. He just had a really good time with the person on the show. We live in an era where there is an unfortunate bias in communities. I won't blame platformers as much for this because I think this is a bigger problem that really comes down to full fan bases. And I will blame a number of fan bases for this. When somebody connects with another person on a human level, whether that person is engaged in bad acts, bad military ideas, bad policy, is just a bad overall person for society, for peace, for happiness, and is choosing some really negative choices. Or in some people's cases, you could also paint this as they're being a rebel to an establishment that is corrupt and they're trying to make changes through violence, and that this is a potentially positive thing for them to do. However you want to paint that person, people are still people. the fact that Hassan vibed with this person was very polarizing. Some people thought, yeah, this guy is great because of what he does as a pirate. Some people thought this guy is deplorable because of what he does as a pirate. He is obviously a controversial person in what he's decided to do politically, but I think there is also a side to this where Hassan and some young dude on stream were just actually vibing and putting aside some of that stuff and just connecting as two human beings. I think that can also happen too. I also have had experiences where somebody that I wouldn't personally want to connect with on a structural level in our lives based on the choices that they make, the ideologies that they profess, or the things that they would stand for if given the chance, or maybe they do have the power to stand for these things, that we could still share a civil or nice conversation and connect in a friendly way, and then maybe after that conversation go our own separate ways. This idea that sin by association, that if a big streamer puts somebody on their show or is caught at a live event putting their arms around somebody in a photo, and that's an immediate damning connection. Well, what we see in those circumstances is the seedy underbelly of these content creators, and that they're really secret advocates for this or that. I think it's conspiratorial sort of theory. I think you should get to know the person's career that you're watching and decide for yourself if they are supportive of terrorism, if they are supportive of really negative acts, if they are stereotyping or racist or whatever, based on more about who they are as a person, as an individual, and less about who they're associated with. Many of us associate with people that we find unseemly or that we don't fully agree with, or we're just caught in a photo accidentally, randomly with people. And we also have to account for timing. Now, this particular stream didn't happen that long ago, but if somebody unearthed something from my life 10 years ago, I was a very different person 10 years ago than I am today. So I don't particularly agree with his choice to platform this young man, but I think a lot of people took it well further than what the event actually was. A conversation is not an endorsement, 100%. And I think for people in the space like what Destiny and Hassan and these large conversationalists, where they place themselves, there's no chance where if you get civil, if you get kind at the end, if you say, yeah, I wouldn't mind sharing a meal with you, that is a direct endorsement, a direct connection of ideology, that these two are in cahoots behind the scenes or anything of the sort. Some people are just civil and kind to other human beings, regardless of our agreements or differences.
Pro-Houthi Yemeni pirate also criticizing Ludwig for how he talked about the Frogan incidents.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of TwitchCon in front of these sponsors. I mean, what the f do you expect, man? Don't blame the people sending emails. Blame Dan Clancy and his team of morons.
I don't know the whole Ethan situation, but is he upset? Probably. Is this related to his feelings about how people in his community or in Hassan's community engage with Ethan's wife, who has Israeli background? Probably. There are probably larger things that are driving him to have the high emotional language that he is and making some of the broad claims about things like what's happening at TwitchCon. Probably.
That did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this, especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube. Pure incompetence.
And what this
So what happened to YouTube? That's an interesting claim that he made, that this, from what I understand, I don't think it's mentioned in the rest of Phil DeFranco's show, but I am kind of curious what he said in relation to YouTube's history or what happened with YouTube prior. I don't know the whole history. There was a period of my time in YouTube where I went dormant and came back again and would like to come back to making full-time content on YouTube and other platforms, and more brands than just this one as well. But yeah, it just makes me curious because they cut off right there and then they don't talk about what he's referring to.
blame game thing has gotten a lot of attention. There are also others saying that this adpocalypse part of the situation, that it's actually wildly overblown. With us now seeing some streamers outside of the political space saying that their revenue has not been impacted. And specifically, some like Stock Guy pointing out that once he removed politics-related tags, his revenue jumped way up again.
So there we go. And this is part of where I think the Ludwig video essay falls short. Is this guy said that he was having some issues with ads, and then they came back again, or he was okay again, and that he was not a proponent of, yes, this is something that's attacking specific streamers. In this case, it looks more like it was content-based sort of driven, and that the advertisers in question might have actually done some investigation on multiple streamers and what happens under what tags, as opposed to basing it on what Hassan or what Asmongold might say in one particular stream or another, and then making broad sweeping changes that would affect many other smaller streamers as far as how they go. In this case, having done some research under some tags, that might then be the advertisers' go-to sort of filtering as far as where they want different ad revenue to be generally pushed. But that's not a new concept. This does not necessarily mean an adpocalypse, certainly not for everybody. This generally means most people would be fine, because very few people on Twitch, maybe more people on YouTube, are prone to talk about things like elections and politics and things that are more spicy, global conflicts and that kind of thing. So when you start to talk about these things in a stream, in a VOD, or in your tags or your metadata for the content that you create, that kind of stuff can be used for or against you. I have seen where people have played around with the algorithm to try to sort of understand it. In part, I think, so that they can game it for higher revenue as opposed to making the content that they want to try to make. And in one particular case, somebody was looking at your CPM, which is the amount of money that you earn given an ad second or an ad minute per like eyes on that ad, right? So you're talking about what kind of engagement that people have on your channel and how that affects your revenue based on the ads that are shown. That can be affected by which advertisers actually feel like your content is safe. I stream not for kids streams, and therefore I already know I'm killing a massive demographic for money. That's okay. The things that I want to talk about, I don't want my own girls to stumble upon and necessarily hear or try to understand what's going on. They're a little too young to understand this sort of stuff, but as they get older, I wouldn't want them to watch this sort of stuff on their own until they reach a certain age. I think for the types of topics that we talk about on my channels, we enter certain forays where it's important for somebody who's young to have more context than just stumbling upon the stream themselves. So I make the choice to cut my revenue in that regard by not streaming to a certain demographic. On top of that, depending on what you talk about, some folks have found that even just mentioning the concept of finance can change your ad revenue significantly. So if we took a diversion even on this stream, on this very stream, and started to discuss things based on personal finance, what I think would be a smart investment for you in your future, start talking about banks and maybe getting into crypto or not, what it's like to buy a mutual fund, what it is like to open an annuity, are Roth IRAs important? How do you manage your 401k? Do you do that Roth or traditional style? All this conversation and how that affects somebody's personal budget and finances and monetary status. These are high earners. The people who are in financial tech sector would love to pay big ad revenue to get streamers to talk about all those buzzwords I just jumped. In fact, me even just mentioning them live here in this show could affect the CPM of my channel. Am I going to then do this for every single stream? No, it's unruly, it's unfair, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Am I going to change my tags so that certain tags will not appear or will appear based on what I think is business sensical moving forward? To a degree, I want to make sure that we do the right thing so that I'm not silenced, so that I don't kill my my strategy of growth early before I have a chance to even make this a thing or not. So I do want to be, to some degree, cautious about my trajectory. But at the same time, I don't think it's fair to create a filtered experience where we lie, manipulate, and adjust things for the advertisers to have a certain vibe on who we are, which would then mislead our audience into thinking what kind of content we're going to be giving, or they did a search to try to find us, or for whatever other reason we're pushed on an algorithm that doesn't make sense. I think that that's an illegitimate way to go about things, and it's overall just it lacks integrity. And I think it's bullying for advertisers to a certain degree to say, if you discuss election, we're just not going to provide ad revenue for that.
With then the likes of Hassan sharing that clip on Twitter and adding, this doesn't mean there isn't a concerted brigade effort cynically mass spamming emails to advertisers urging them to pull ads. There very clearly is one. And so ultimately we find ourselves in a situation where seemingly there has not been a full-blown adpocalypse, but that is allegedly not due to lack of people trying, nor does it mean that there won't be one forthcoming, especially.
So that's an interesting point too. Hassan makes the claim that people who make mass emails out to advertisers exclaiming how upset they are or how much they want to boycott a certain line of products or certain brands because they're associated with one streamer or not. Like, hey, I was watching this show and I saw your ad run, and then this guy talked about Israel and Palestine in this way, and therefore here's how I feel about your product. Will big companies take those mass emails and act on them and create policy with streaming platforms as a result of those mass emails? I don't see it. I honestly don't see it. Hassan's claim here sounds myopic and childish. It sounds like something that is impossible for people to actually do. Can a boycott end up affecting a business's strategies in the future? It can, but they're usually pretty smart about seeing everything from all angles, not just from hearing a self-report about what will or won't happen. Advertisement for companies is a deep, deep part of most industries. They spend crazy amounts of money learning demographically what's going on, how their competition is doing, what they need to do to stay on the bleeding edge, how to bring back people who are leaving them, et cetera, et cetera. They're on it. They probably know, most advertising firms or marketing sectors of big businesses probably know more about you than you know about yourself, just based on the data farming that they do to you. So can you then send them an email and create policy changes? It just makes sense to me. That an adpocalypse happens to some degree, I don't disagree. I've seen the reports and I don't believe they're all fabricated. And then I did my own research to try to find any sort of effects, because we do talk about things politically here. We do talk about things that are controversial or hot topic here. Would it affect me as well? Or would I not see what everybody's talking about? And we'll talk about that here too when we wrap up here with Phil.
Especially as this topic gains more and more attention and creators are pointing the finger at one another. It's all incredibly messy, and I will say, though, it has been extra interesting since, as of a week and a half ago, we started streaming over on Twitch as well in the mornings. It's definitely a different world there. I will say also, in addition to your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday Philip DeFranco show, I'll be streaming there every morning.
Well, shameless plug. I'm going to stop there because he doesn't sponsor this stream, and so he shouldn't get free press for being on my show. But yeah, so we did a little bit of research ourselves, and I did find that while one, and these are actually two things worth noting that I think, just coming at this from a scientific angle, I want to make sure that I present the data in all fairness. One big thing that I think is probably the most fair to share is I'm a small streamer. If you didn't know this already, you know, the community that we have going across all platforms is still less than 5,000 people engaged in all venues. And so that puts me in the realm of small, or what some people might consider a micro influencer. I don't like the term micro because size does matter to me. No, I'm just kidding. It's obvious that I wouldn't be affected by the same forces that large streamers are, because we do actually play by different games. You know, they have different contracts. Most large streamers and content creators even have a manager, a dedicated person who relates the brand that they are using to produce their content on with the actual creator themselves. So they have a liaison. And there's so many other reasons why we're just in two different playing fields. So that's one thing. I'm obviously going to be, subject to different forces than I think other people will. The other component of that is, though, however, that the mix for somebody of a size of my business model, or maybe just the way that we've built the community as we have so far, we are mostly dependent on donations and gifting to other people in the community from a few major key benefactors that help the stream out, but on a smaller scale, just a minor wave of generally community-driven content based across all the different platforms that we receive. When I say we, I generally mean Royal. Oz runs her own business on her own with some mild financial support and spreadsheets done by me. I run my business on my own. I generally say we just in the royal we, because what I earn and how I develop this business out will ultimately affect our household. And so it does affect Oz, it does affect our kids. And so in that case, I say we, even though the kids are not actually doing anything for my content creation. I refuse to let them at this age. I won't make them do this kind of work. I'll make them, sweep the floor or clean their dishes or pick up their laundry that they threw all over when they came home from school or whatever, stuff like that. But they're not going to work in content creation. Not yet. Not unless they choose to. I will not twist their arm. Not going to live vicariously through them. But the sort of content that we create and the type of community that we built is largely donation based, so donation and gift based, and there is ad revenue involved, and some of that was recently unlocked just in October for YouTube, and so I do have some metrics as far as that goes, but ads have been historically and continue to be to this day one of the least participatory to my overall well-being as a content creator components of the business. So I'm less beholden to behave in a way that will encourage advertisers to continue to come, as long as donations and community engagement is so high. Later on, I do hope to actually shift that, though, so I'm not going to act flippantly towards the advertisers in content creator space, because I actually would like more passive income where the audience does not feel a sense of beholding or necessity to keep things moving or to keep things afloat. Early investors in our growth, of course, is one thing because we're so small. It's helping, and it is the way that things are being driven now. But I would hope that we get to a point where people can feel like if they don't have anything to contribute, if they don't have anything to help this show move along, just merely watching it, sharing it, reposting it will be enough, or using me as reactions to their own sort of content, that will be enough. Just the mere exposure will be good enough to get the show, to keep the show going, and in that way democratizes how support is managed through what I want to build, because then anybody, whether you have means or not, can still help and provide in some way. Advertising is a big component to that, but we're not there yet. And so I wanted to pull up that despite all that, and despite the fact that ads are such a currently a minuscule component to the way things run on my particular stream, that didn't mean that we weren't immune to this. I talk about politics, I talk about controversial topics, and that does mean that, how do we make this work? Can we do it like this? Let's go into the game du jour. Okay, cool. Yeah, it does show up. Great. All right. So I had Final Fantasy going on in the background this whole time, by the way. Just FYI. Maybe we could also add some of that background music too. Bring some life back into the stream. This is basically how Twitch was looking. And the trend was maybe subtle at first, but as the Adpocalypse stuff started to be discussed, I only stream 3 times a week, and this is sort of a wide graph, so you sort of see some distancing here happening on my off days that I take for, you know, doing the dishes, being a dad, and all that sort of stuff. Those are my off blank times. But that there has been a trend in a downward sort of fashion. Now, at the very end, you might be a little bit alarmed that you're not seeing ad revenue there, that you're only seeing a little bit of that yellow. The pink is the ad revenue. Yellow is Twitch Turbo, which is a way that people can buy into giving themselves ad-free watch time, and you get a cut of what they're basically paying as advertised. I left it in there because I think it's important to note that that's a part of the engagement as well, that the Twitch Turbo people do provide revenue in their non-ad viewership as well, in contrast. So you might see a little bit of that at the very end. The ads at the very end did not drop off. They were not calculated at the time that I made this poll. And so they're missing data. They're not actually zeroed out. So I did not include them in the trend line for the graph. But it was a decline, and it's a decline only in this time frame. So that is worth noting, that as somebody who hosts or talks about the same sort of content, it affects me in the same way. I definitely used to have Turbo. I don't like Twitch ads. I fully agree. I think I don't like any ads, really. The worst ads, though, I think, well, Twitch ads can be bad. And I think the thing with Twitch is the biggest streamers that I've seen sometimes have their ad density turned up in a really cruel sort of way. You get like 15 minutes of access to their content, and then you can't see or engage with them at all unless you buy into the experience, right? That right there I find to be a little bit rude. And second of all, what they tend to do, and I'll call out one great big streamer that does not do this, that's Pirate Software, Thor. He does not do this. But most big streamers, they will let the ad go and they'll keep going on the content that they're about. I, independent of Thor, had come to the same conclusion that when ads play, what I want to do is generate side content and have side conversations with the people who are ad skippers, whether that's subs, Twitch Turbo, or any other methodology, that we can still have good content. You can have a reason to be subbed or pay into Twitch Turbo so that you're experiencing other types of content that make it worthwhile to give you a return on your investment into my channel, but are not going to hurt ultimately the experience of the free viewers, especially if we're playing a story-based game. The last thing I'd want to do is just trudge on through the story, have you miss like a minute and a half of critical cutscene. Maybe you're actually watching my stream to follow along with the game. For my streams, that can kind of suck because we have so many deep dive conversations. But if you are, I don't want to disenfranchise you just because you can't pay for a sub. I don't think that's fair. Again, I'd rather democratize the experience and have everybody, regardless of their ability to provide, feel like they're a part of this community. And so we stop gameplay during those ad breaks, unless the gameplay is just like combat or something meaningless. But story-driven gameplay, I will leave aside and we'll do other content to manage that. But these big streamers, many of them don't do that. Thor aside. I don't mind ads that much in recorded content, but for live content it is annoying. Right, because I think people just go on and on and on, right? At least with recorded content, you can backpedal if you missed something. The only place where I think I don't like ad content in recorded, advertisements in recorded content, I think you'll agree, is let's say you're watching a how-to video. It is a minute long, and the amount of content in that minute-long video that you need is maybe a 15-second blurb. Like, all right, so here's how you start your car when your battery's dead, or like, and here's the part where, we clean this thing out so that it doesn't fry your circuits or whatever. Something really critical and really important. And that really short video with that even shorter bit of kernel of knowledge that you need then has a minute of ads or more. And if the ads aren't skippable, oh my gosh. Somebody needs to somebody in the world of these platforms needs to know that when you do this, and they do it, I don't think the content creator minds because they're getting ad revenue split. I don't think the advertiser minds because they're getting their advertisement out. I don't think YouTube minds because YouTube is getting their own cut of this. They're all happy with this. Who's unhappy? The viewer. How me personally, and I encourage you to feel the same way about this. If you're watching a quick tutorial, a small snippet video of something, and you get served unskippable ad time that could be critical time that you need that you can't get out of, I think you should remember that company just like advertisements try to encourage you to do. Remember the company, but remember them as bad. That is a bad action. That is a bad actor policy. And I have a mental blacklist of companies who have gotten in the way of my life. If you get in the way of my life, I will think of you. I will remember you adversely. Good job. You just advertised your way out of my life. I will find your product on the shelves and I will say, no, fuck these guys. I was trying to figure out how to start my car. Let me pull this up too. This is YouTube. When everybody says this is a Twitch adpocalypse, advertisers don't just serve Twitch. They don't just make advertisement policy ideas based on one live platform. The majority of this is actually, yeah, I have this skewed just for ad revenue. So while I do get memberships and super chats and whatnot in YouTube now, those are all unlocked as well. This is exclusively ad revenue. I did have one day in this blip where I had a big bump up. I do not add that day to my trend line because it just doesn't make sense. It just happened to be one like mini moment of virality where the ad revenue picks up really big for some reason and the CPM perks up really high for some reason too. But overall, again, the trending downward happened in this. It's trended back up again now too. So while it might have been an adpocalypse for a short period of time, it's not a permanent sort of situation. Something rebounded since this moment. But yes, in both situations, right at the time this was happening to everybody else, I was also experiencing downtrends in both YouTube and Twitch, but even more so in Twitch. I think it was a stronger trend line where this sort of thing was happening. Rio, welcome back. Long time no see. You've just advertised your way out of my life is a great way to put it. Yes, absolutely. I think it's now, I know it's not completely fair that there's a part of this that is sort of an automation. It's created by YouTube. The advertisers pay in. They don't really like work on doing this to you overtly. There isn't a person in marketing that says, when D watches a critical video that he needs to get out in 30 seconds and the kids are screaming in the back seat or whatever, or one of my children is like running into the parking lot trying to end their lives early and I'm just trying to, you know, keep them alive a little bit longer so that they can suffer as long as I have. No, I mean, that's not why. That I want my information quickly, and sometimes I'm willing to watch an ad or let it play through, and sometimes I really can't have that ad. I don't care. The systems all exist. I will still feel a certain way about it. That's just how I will feel. And I will be overt on social media. And I've mentioned this, I think, in a textual post somewhere before too. I will criticize your brand and treat you a certain way as a result. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, that's the adpocalypse situation. It does raise the question, and the reason why I brought it up tonight as something to talk about is, you know, with the way that advertisers can sway the fates of people involved in content creation. This music, can I leave this area and have a different music playing? Oh my gosh, this is just too celebratory in that particular area. This is a lot more peaceful. Let's my brain actually cook. Does this mean that people need to get into a different area of content creation where they are censoring the things that they say? We already see this really heavily in TikTok, right? TikTok is almost insane for people that have met the TikTok creator program or whatever it's called. I forget the name of it exactly. where they're able to be making basically CPM off of their posts popping up on people's For You pages. As long as they get the views, as long as they're getting the engagement, then they're getting a cut of what's happening on TikTok. These people have developed, and while I'm seeing it in some other platforms, I think it's really strong on TikTok. YouTube has its own sort of weird censorship things. There are a lot of words that people will cut out of videos, but they'll still say the word. They'll just like bleep it out or like duck the audio on it. But in TikTok, instead of ducking audio or doing anything involving editing of the video, most people are just using their phones, recording the thing, and then immediately posting it with no edits having been done except like trim or cuts. So what they tend to do instead is create a complete alternate set of linguistics. Now, why this alternate set of linguistics hasn't in and of itself become added to the filtering, I have no idea. If you can't talk about the way people end their own lives in your content creation, and therefore you can't use the S word associated with that act, the fact that you might say unalive, to me, if I were the platform and I didn't like anybody saying the word suicide, we'll just say it out loud, that I would also then add the word unalive after watching maybe, half a year's worth of people, or maybe a full year. I would start to take action on anybody that started to use the word unalive, because I know that they're doing the same thing. They're still talking about the same topics that I'm afraid my advertisers, as the company TikTok, my advertisers are going to duck out on. They're not going to be appreciative of those content creators doing that sort of stuff, talking about these sort of topics. I'm going to add their new words to that too. There's a lot that's been used as far as like abbreviations, people talking about CP or SA, or I'm not familiar with everything that everybody uses, but there's so many different ways in which people try their best to duck the filters, the algorithms, and the entire gamut of things that they want to talk about. They want to be controversial. They want to discuss the hot topics. They're afraid of hurting the ad revenue. And so they've created their own subculture of linguistics that I cannot believe, and I don't know why companies let slide. They're still talking about the same adverse things. The people watching these videos, they either know exactly what's being talked about, or if they don't, they just go Google. Somebody I stumbled upon in my TikTok was mentioning upside down pineapple, and I had no idea what that meant. And so I had to go look it up to figure out it was related to swinging communities. And I was like, all right, I can't believe that you can't use the word swing, swinger, swinging, and that might adversely affect your ad revenue on TikTok. But maybe TikTok's more conservative than other platforms as far as words that you can and can't say. And it just makes me disbelieve that the company would be so formal with certain words and then not turn to also banning or creating an adverse situation with the slang as well. The slang is going to pop up. They're going to try their hardest to subvert your ad filtration. So why not affect that too? And I'm not an advocate of creating all these filters based on what you say. What I'm actually trying to point out is how ludicrous it ends up being after a while. How this crazy different dialect for content creators on TikTok ends up becoming a thing, to the point where they really just need to let people say what they want to say. Advertisers need to understand that their products being put in front of people is just going to be a thing. And the idea that your ad could be placed in front of somebody saying something controversial, something that's adverse to your brand, is just going to happen because it's just automated. Everybody knows it's automated. Unless you're some boomer Luddite that has absolutely zero idea of how ads and content creators work, there's no chance in hell that watching a Mr. Clean ad followed by some racist rhetoric is going to make you believe that Mr. Clean has gone racist, right? We all know how ads work. They just work by being placed into things. Now, on TV, that was very different. Different ads were being placed into different segments of time on different programming, all that sort of thing, to try to hit a key demographic. Now, if you watch broadcast TV, it's almost all preying on the fears of the elderly, because only elderly people watch broadcast TV. So chances are the entire ad block is going to be exclusively fear-mongering for elderly. Are you afraid that the economy is going to crash? Buy into gold. Are you afraid that you're going to fall and not be able to get up? Buy a metal alert bracelet. All these, it's just crazy. Pharmaceutical companies, bullshit. Anyway. Interesting, the advertisers are coming back to Twitter after Elon told them to go fuck themselves to force censorship. I guess they couldn't resist the money. Honestly, really, it is about the money. Advertisers are not looking to try to find a way to present themselves that ideologically aligns or malaligns with Elon or with that particular platform. They're going to chase revenue. Are they going to go flock and try to find ways to make money on Blue Sky right now? Probably. Are they still going to keep the plug plugged on Twitter and hang out there as long as there's money to be had? Probably. Most companies don't really have a bias except toward keeping their company alive. And wherever they end up showcasing their stuff, especially if you're just in the products category. Swiffer. Will Swiffer ever decide whether Twitter or Blue Sky is better? They probably will never. Everybody uses cleaning products. So they don't think that they are aligned with one type of person or another. They're just aligned with making money. Having worked in a role where I had to manage chat filters, that is a battle people should just give up on for the most part. Couldn't agree more. Obviously censor offensive words, but censoring whole topics is going to be a constant stupid battle. I think the problem with that is that it doesn't work. Anytime you create a filter that adversely affects people, do content creators watch their analytics like hawks? I'm a tiny creator and I watch my analytics like a hawk. If I started to talk about something and I watched things dip, do you think I will keep talking about it? Either no, I will switch topics, or yes, I will change how I say it. I will use different code words. Will unalive get added to the filters on TikTok? Maybe. That's one of the oldest tricks in the book, to not say things that people want to say on TikTok. They're still talking about the topic. They're just using unalive now. Will unalive get added? Maybe. If it does get added, what will they do? Will they stop talking about people unaliving themselves? Probably not. They'll come up with a new word. They'll just keep making up new words. These filters do nothing except make people do weird linguistic gymnastics. The advertisers are back, but if the users are gone, it won't matter. Jam raises a good point. Somebody noted that being on Blue Sky recently, a lot of people have switched over or are doing both Blue Sky and Twitter, that the same posts being posted on both platforms, for those of you that are like me that create content and then just post it to multiple platforms because it's a lot easier than making bespoke content. I don't know how you could make bespoke content for every platform out there. That seems insane. But if you do post the same post to both Twitter and Blue Sky, on Twitter, you get more bots. You just get a lot more bot sort of activity. You get less engagement, less real people making comments, there's less stuff happening on Twitter than on Blue Sky right this moment. And so you might see that you've got a lot of followers. You might see that you get a lot of engagement metrics, but the people aren't really there. It's a lot of automation happening to fill the rosters on Twitter. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of sad. But at the same time, it's kind of what I would expect from something being owned by Elon. They won't stay. They'll stay wherever there's money, right? If there's still money to be found on Twitter, or if somebody takes over, or a cultural shift happens on the site that makes it friendlier for advertisers, they'll stay. It makes a lot of sense to leave things as a status quo with the intent that a future might be good, because do we envision a world where Elon hangs on to Twitter for the rest of his life? I don't really think so. I don't believe so. And so it's easier to just leave things as status quo so that when Twitter goes through some sort of renaissance in the future, it's easy to just be there already and generate your ad revenue than to go make sweeping changes now because you see the demographics shifting somewhere else. And making a post and then posting it to multiple platforms that all have the same sort of content delivery style, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Twitter, that's easy. That's a low bar. It'd be another thing entirely if you had to make bespoke content for the platform. Sense. Yeah. Yeah. So my theory for what we're doing here with this channel going forward is I will always try my best to choose things that ultimately impact the growth of this channel positively, while also holding on to my philosophies about keeping difficult conversations live and engaged, making sure that there isn't anything that you can't discuss here, because this is the place that is antithetical to your family's Thanksgiving dinner table, right? That place where you have to be polite, you have to be civil if you want to keep engaging with your family. Some of you don't, but then you make a new Thanksgiving table with your friends or your found family, and then the rules still apply. You want to be civil to somebody out there, right? There are some folks out there that you do want to try to play nice with that might not think exactly like you do. Or you make yourself an ecosphere, which maybe not the best strategy. I know how some of you feel very strongly about certain topics, but completely removing antagonism from your life, completely removing dissenting ideas from your life can be pretty dangerous. Not that you should be party to keeping around really hateful, really stereotyped, racist, awful, garbage rhetoric in your life, but some dissonance should be welcomed. I want that to be a key cornerstone. I want that to be the philosophy of what we do here. And so I refuse to let advertisers bully me out of the type of content that I want to create, while I'll still try my best to work with building this business as best as we can so that we turn into, again, not a big streamer. I don't need to become internet famous. I just need to put a couple kids through school and get them out and become successful adults on their own. And if I was some component to that by keeping them fed and keeping clothes on their backs, that's basically all we're looking to do here, is pay the bills. I don't need anything more than that. Therefore, my metrics for growth and success are quite easy to hit compared to some people that get into streaming for, I don't know, the promise of fame and fortune for what they perceive as an easy sort of career direction. I don't think it's particularly easy. I don't think it's particularly the fast way to fame and financial freedom. So I would not recommend content creation to just anybody, or to, honestly, to most people, realistically. But it's something that I care very much about, and I care very much about us having open and unfettered conversations. And so if it came down to it and it was between the way advertisers want me to speak and censor my content and finding other ways to fund and finance our endeavors, I would start to do research in other ways to make sure that the business model sustained itself without advertisers. I would not want them to bully or curtail what we have to talk about. Now, that said, if the idea was they really feel that culturally certain things are just ill to speak of, like having certain racist ideologies or having certain sweeping ideologies against one group or another, I think that aligns with my philosophies in general, that we are especially anti-grouping of people by inalienable, or not inalienable, what's immutable characteristics. And if it's just things like that, then I'm fine making sure that the ways that in which we talk are sensitive to those ideas, because they largely align with what I feel as well. Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you think more people need to be more cautious about what they say on the internet? Do you think it's better if people speak their minds? Do you think big streamers who have bad ideas need to be severely punished? Or should they continue to be able to be funded by advertising, given that advertising itself isn't a direct endorsement of behaviors? That's another big thing too, right? I think that maybe that's the number one reason why advertisers are acting the way they are, is because they're afraid that the audience will associate them, will believe that their ads are an endorsement for somebody. I just can't see why anybody would have those beliefs, or why businesses would feel that way, unless the demographics prove it. Honestly, if advertisers pull their ads from certain types of streamers, I don't think it's based on an idea. I think it's based on farming of data. So they see that people get upset, and not the way Hassan has claimed, that they get mass emails. Oh, look, I got 1 million emails all saying, I'll stop buying your product if your ads keep showing in front of so-and-so's streams. I don't think it could possibly be that. But through some sort of data farming, it's quite likely that advertisers are finding that people are just stupid, and they go, Mr. Clean is in front of this racist video. Mr. Clean is racist, to reuse that analogy. Maybe. We'll find better ways. If we can't play with ads, we'll find better ways. All right. So I have some things that I need to unlock. I just happen to be here, and I have some dailies here with the Elefantes. So this is my last sub 90 combat class besides Blue Mage. Blue Mage being special. I know there's a way to level Blue Mage up to max level. Max level in this expansion should be 90, but I don't think they've made Blue Mage content up to 90 just yet. So it's not there. Therefore, I think Blue Mage max is still 80. The best way to get from 70 to 80 as Blue Mage requires people to help. So I kind of don't want to tackle that job right now, but I am behind. I was exactly one expansion behind for the last like year or two, because Oz and I were just so intensely busy, especially if you were here in the 2023 streaming times. You know, we had a bit of a financial and medical bill sort of crisis, and we had just crazy things going on in this household. So there are reasons why we took a big break from Final Fantasy, but I'm trying to catch back up with everything. Cat feed pics. Can I sell cat feed pics? Call it Hot Beans. Hotbeans.com. Fund everything with cat content. We have 2 cats that are both very cute, but they are gray. And I feel like this is an orange cat market, to be perfectly frank. I think you can sell orange cat toe beans for a good premium. But both of our kitties are gray. One is like a mottled white and gray, and she's like a medium hair. She's very fluffy. If you get her wet, she looks like 1/3 of the cat that she actually looks like when she's dry. And her name is Kay. She's pretty cute on her own, but I don't think that she has the market demographic that people are looking for. She mostly is very antisocial too. She only wants one thing, which is to be on the porch all the time. We have a screened-in porch. And when we can't be on the porch, she just howls at us until she gets let out on the porch. Even if for days on end we don't let her, she remembered that we did one time, and she holds us to that standard. Our other cat is a Russian blue, which, despite the name of the breed, are gray cats. They're like slate gray, and I think some people think of slate gray as being like in the blue hue of the color palette. And her name is Susie. Used to be Susia, but we renamed her. They were both rescues from the SPCA. And Susie is she's the type of cat that hurts you if you touch her wrong. She's the type of cat that growls at you if you need her to do something that she doesn't want to do. She's just cantankerous and mean and ornery. She's not even that old, but she acts like a bitter old lady. I think her feet pics would sell better if we were to make content out of her, but she's also, again, not like the big goofy cat demographic. I love their existence as cats. but they're bad kitties. I don't love their behaviors. I just love them because they're cats, but man, we have two of the worst cats. The only people who might have worse cats are like Simbatha and Spotted, have really awful, awful cats that actually do a lot of damage for them owning them. Our cats do some reasonable amount of damage though too. Most of it involves biology, and mostly involves Susie. Susie will puke and pee on anything that you hold dear, and she will find it. She will find it, and she will create a biohazard out of it. And she's especially good at finding things that you cannot just clean or sanitize quickly or easily, or at all. Some things are just like permanently ruined by her endeavors. And we keep a nice cat box. It is one of those lovely, you know, it's not the bottom end, it's not the top end, it's not like a big cat litter robot, but I think it's quite nice, and the cats seem to think it's quite nice too. So I don't think it's a litter box issue. I think Susie is a bitch, and she finds ways to retaliate against us if she's mad, which she just is all the time because she's cantankerous, and she damages and destroys things in our household. Yeah, maybe if we could sell her cat pics, her cat toe beans pics, we could mitigate the costs of owning her, which are much higher than owning a cat because she's damaging our things. We have to replace or buy. Yeah. She costs our household extra money for the damage that she rots, whatever, that she incurs upon our life. Okay. I'm not going to read the text for these particular dailies. I've done a million times over. They're an easy way to get a little bit of extra experience in all these other jobs. So I've been doing that, but I also should queue. There's like a couple roulettes I didn't do today. Trial and MSQ and Alliance Raid. Alliance Raid is rarely DPS. Maybe I should pop in to that one as DPS and make a little bit of extra progress as my fave DPS, which is Black Mage so far. I like Black Mage because everybody says they hate it because it's hard and uncomfortable, and I want to try to be good at something that's hard and uncomfortable in this game. That's it. It's just bragging rights. For something that so many other people have difficulty figuring out how to do well, it feels like a challenge that I want to learn how to do it well, so I can prove everybody wrong, or not wrong. I can prove to everybody that they are inferior. That I'm superior because I can do something they all can't, which is excel at a really hard job. It is hard and uncomfortable. Wait, I don't know what that refers to. I'm sorry, I said so many things all in a row. I'm a little bit motor-mouthed tonight, and I can't put it on any one thing. Well, I think you know what it is. I did get some reasonable sleep before stream, and for the last couple weeks, I've been really sleep deprived. This is actually about the speed. Well, now I'm slowing down a little bit because I'm thinking about it too much. But at the speed that I've been ranting at, where my thoughts just ramble across the top of my head at a pretty quick clip, I think that's generally the speed that oh, that's the wrong button. You need this one. That my brain generally works at. That's both in the speed of which I want to communicate ideas to other people. It's just about as fast as my mouth can actually work, that I have these ideas and I want to get them out, and I don't want to like froth at the mouth, but at the same time, I think this fast, I want to speak this fast, and I want to get the ideas across ASAP so that they're out of my head and into yours, and we can move on to other things. That, and also my ears work at this speed too. So when I meet people that can talk really fast, they have to have some sort of, you know, critical thinking behind what they're talking about too. They can't just be motor mouth about like who they saw at the mall today or whatever. it has to be valuable in some sort of way. But if they can be valuable communicators and also very fast communicators at the same time, I'm in my wheelhouse. I love listening to people who can talk really, really fast. And a lot of my family members happen to be really slow talkers, which I think maybe exacerbated the need in me, where once I met my first fast talkers in my life, I was like, oh my God, you speak at the processing speed of my brain. This is what I want. This is what I've always wanted. And for the most part, I'm sorry to call out my family in this way, but I tend to be surrounded by people who, while can be interesting communicators, good debaters and arguers, and have really interesting things to say, I might not enjoy the speed at which they exchange those ideas with others. Oh, Black Mage is hard and uncomfortable? I guess so. I guess so. We're going to find out how well I do here. This is a level 90 raid, which means I don't remember this much at all. I've only done this once when it was new, and then this was about when I stopped following.
Let us see how you fare against my servants.
And engaging with the content of the expansion. We had to take breaks. We had to do a bit more care for the rest of our household at the time. So I might die a lot. I might not remember all the metrics of what I'm supposed to be doing, but we'll see how well I do. Right now, pretty poorly, because I'm focused on talking and not actually engaging. The combat should come first. The fun thing, I think, with Black Mage and why I like it so much is you have to actually be very mindful about where you're standing. And that's just not the case for everybody. I feel like most jobs don't have the requirement of pay significant attention to where you are. Or you can move around a lot if you need to. Did okay. Do you feel that the reason people on the left have labeled Twitter right-wing now is genuinely because that content's preferred by the algorithm? Or do you think that there's more of that content that is surfaced now that isn't being silenced? So I think it could have started with some changes to the algorithm so that less of the content was being silenced or covered. And then people on the left started to get uncomfortable. People on the right started to get comfortable. And the mix of those started to really encourage just further engagement in the same direction. But I think it might have started with the type of content that was allowed to flourish. Wait, that's not the one I want. I want despair, don't I? I'm missing a significant part of my rotation. That might be part of it. Also don't know any of these fights, so there's a strong chance that I messed this up really badly. Uh-oh, that's on me.
At what answer will you arrive, I wonder?
Yeah, I might die a few thousand times trying to do this fight. What do you think? Do you notice a similar trend, or is it not the case at all? Do you think that there's a different force in play underlying everything?
Join me in deepest knowledge.
I'm not the biggest doom scroller on Twitter, so I can't say that it's the place that I spend all my time.
Let flow the waters of your mind.
This isn't going to be rather uncomfortable. Whoa. Yep. That one's going to get me. I'm going to die. Yep.
Seek
I died.
new perspectives, and you shall find new paths.
Do people run this one to level now? Somebody asked. Of this particular dungeon. I don't know. Do they? I do think that platforms also get a reputation for being skewed towards left or right. And reputation can go a long way with deciding how people engage with the platform going forward. They'll think it's a place that's safe for them or not safe for them as a result. That's going to be another push, isn't it?
O waters purifying, reveal their nature.
It's going to push me right in the middle of my cast. No, I still got it. Look at me go.
'Tis time for a test.
I'm being tested. That means it's going to do some math.
Your ruminations.
Yep, sure enough. It's the math part. I remember some things to this fight. That's just fun. There's something fun about that, I think.
Not all answers can be obtained through might.
Which way is this boss facing? Because they're going to have to do a attack in one direction or another here.
Wisdom of man.
Lost my...
Let us enlighten one another. Well
Yeah,
done,
not
wise
doing
teacher.
the worst for
Well
somebody who
done.
has no idea how any of these boss mechanics work, but not doing that great either. Really don't engage much of any social network platform, but it seems to me equally about how people view Elon. Yeah.
Don't keep me waiting.
I mean, in some regards, that's kind of true about just about
Let me
everything,
prepare
right?
A suitable stage for our union.
A lot of it's about public perception. Now, if you're a prominent CEO like him, you're going to have major sway over the companies that you own and their success. And if it's not that you're prominent, then people will look for the next biggest figurehead. Like when people talk about Hassan and Asmongold. Those people are not figureheads for their respective platforms, but people feel a way about them because they don't know as much about his name Clancy? Dan Clancy? If they knew more about him, they might be more prone to have an opinion. Uh-oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not dead.
Can you contend with she who rules the tides?
It's pretty fast, but nothing I can't handle.
The very sea.
Why is everybody up here? There's got to be a reason. Uh-oh, that's bad.
You must make an ally of the wind.
Feeling like we're gonna get knocked way back.
Rise above the white caps.
Did I survive? If I touched that edge, would I have just died completely? And can I etheric manipulation my way through that puzzle? Nice.
Ah, you don't disappoint.
I think the big thing is if there's a way to oversimplify a situation, chances are people are going to try to find that for their answer too. So if they can blame somebody else, they will. If they can pick on one quick and easy answer as to the reason why something acts a certain way, they'll pick on that. Okay, one of these is going to be safe, and I'm going to follow everybody so that they tell me which one. Uh-oh, that's bad. I'm going to have to move fast. Nope. Still got hurt.
I trust you don't mind if they play too. Come, Pericos, Thalios.
Are we doing this push us back into the corner thing again, or no?
In the excitement.
I don't know what this one is. Is a dangerous place to stand thing is what it is. Oh, they're all standing on the other side? Interesting. Okay. Basically, I just have to run with everybody else as fast as I can. Until we figure out a fight that we recognize.
That's the way, my clever serpents.
Everybody's clumping back here. Why?
Feel the might of the
Surprisingly, as awful as I feel like I'm doing, I'm not the worst.
Go on, my pets. Don't be shy.
Can you stand right in the middle? Oh, you can. Well, I think I'm dead. Unless I can shield myself real fast and get over here and pray that somebody's going to heal me in time.
Boundless as the ocean.
Oh, I died. Never mind. Something else happened to me. I'm not sure what I touched. Oh, I touched the pushback. She has a pushback circle underneath her body, and if you touch it, you die. It's probably good that I died. I see this mechanic and I don't recognize this one, where she shoots left, right, left down that corridor. The overbearing censorship of social network platforms, but it seems to me equally about, seems strange to me as well. Nobody holds AT&T accountable for the unsavory conversations, for example, or Zoom. True. I think I need to release so I don't have, I don't want res sickness. Yeah, I think part of it is that with AT&T and Zoom, though, the component of being heard later or experienced by people in a passive consumption format is much more rare. It's much harder to access. You're not going to listen to somebody's phone call or watch a Zoom meeting that other people had, usually. And so I feel like there's less of a responsibility thrust on those platforms to make sure that the content being provided is of a certain means that's okay and safe and connective with your ideas and values. Oh, we got locked out of a boss fight.
Strong are they who roam.
So I understand some censorship, even though... Oh, he's going to attack inward. Yeah, I remember this.
Stand firm amidst the storm.
Uh-oh. Where's he gonna go with this one? Whoa. I felt like that was gonna hit me in a way that I was not gonna like. Turns out it was okay. Oh, damn. Just the sheer moving around, because it's hard for me to remember any of this. It's been tricky.
You must persevere.
It's going to be a multi-stack, isn't it? Oh. Wow, I actually didn't take damage from that one. Wonderful. Uh-oh, that was bad.
Wind, guide my arrow.
Survived that too. I'm impressed. Still took damage from that
My
though.
bowstring sings.
Still surviving better than other people though. Nope, right in the middle of something. Oof. This guy just won't quit.
Overcome this. I know you can.
He's so encouraging. I really appreciate that. Like he's very wholesome mean. There we go. Now we've done it. Twitter is actually really good for keeping up with local politics. Thankfully, almost everyone has moved over to Blue Sky. Would you say politicians have as well? I'm curious about local politicians. So that's ultimately what I would like to see more of, is what local politicians are up to. Oh man, I'm in trouble, aren't I? No, I'm dead. Super dead. I got in 2 stacks together. Fighting censorship used to be a big talking point of the Dems. I feel like while the right now wants very much so to be seen as the people who believe in free speech, what they often mean is they want a place where they can platform ideologies that go against constitutional things like the pursuit of happiness and equality of all mankind kind of ideas. Or that anybody could pop into a rightist leaning platform and say anything negative about Judeo-Christian traditions. So maybe free speech right now just really isn't a thing. It's not a political interest for a lot of people. I just got to follow other people, I think. That's going to be my big MO here. Find other people and follow them ASAP.
I'm glad that it was you who came
Except those. Those are tank busters. We don't follow tank busters.
Here our journey ends.
Uh-oh. Got hit by something I didn't want to get hit by.
Blessings be upon you on the road ahead.
Get over there ASAP. Good job. I did something right. I see. Oh, that was bad. Got hit by something I didn't mean to. Oh, somebody saved me. Love that. Do that some more, please.
Yes. Mankind has indeed grown strong.
We done?
The sweet soul of party.
Beautiful. There's another one down.
I beg you.
I'm only dying like twice per fight. That's actually pretty impressive. Shock rockers like Alice Cooper, for example. I can remember how many Republicans wanted to cancel that stuff. It's interesting how folks from younger generation that are turning conservative are still remembering sort of like the old rock and roll that they used to love, or big talking heads, but those folks really are more aligned with the left, with the modern left. And at that time, they were probably more leftist than I think
What's the meaning of this?
these conservatives remember.
Those ones I leave to you.
I don't think it's too controversial that they are following stuff they don't align with. It's just hindsight. We all remember things differently from our youth. I have an extremely what's the word I'm looking for? Anti-union older family member who used to sing a pro-union tune that he learned from his elders. I don't think he has any idea that it's a pro-union song. He just thought the words were funny. I wish I could tell him, like, ha, that's an anti-union song, sucker. But what would I gain? No, I don't see any place to be safe. Okay, cool. Somebody else does at least. I'm doing better. Maybe only in the trash fights, but at least I'm doing better somewhere. Well, hello, Kit. Bear with me, I'm a little bit focus-faced because I don't know this content very well at all. And I'm playing a job that I should know the content very well playing. So it's a double whammy. Local politicians like our city council folks are slowly moving over, and my senators are over too. I love that.
Children, fulfill our final wish. See every last Christmas returns to star.
It's a big old arm coming off the side there. Why is everybody right here? I feel like I need to be right here. Oh yeah, I did. How did they all know that? I don't know where to run, but everybody else got hurt too, so I don't feel so bad. I remember the conservatives hated Marilyn Manson. Do they not hate Marilyn Manson anymore? I feel like they still should. We're standing here. We're standing here. Uh-oh. We're standing over here. We're standing over here. I lied. Oh man. Got hit by something again. I'm trying. This is the last fight, and then I can catch up with chat a little bit. Just have to know where I can stand and where I cannot. I guess when we're doing those running parts, I've got that double polyglot summon that I can do. That's probably a pretty great time to do that. What is this all about? Everybody's running behind. Oh, gotcha. Yep. It's one of those. Fought boss fights like that before. Right, she's gonna do all the things the previous bosses did. Somebody's gonna come this way? Is it because I'm gonna die if I stand over here? Oh, now I'm really gonna die. I moved off platform. That's why, yep. Knew it. I had a hunch when so many people were on one area, but not on another. Something bad was coming my way. Yellow, yellow, blue. These are reminiscent of all the old fights that I also don't remember. There's supposed to be a throwback so that you're actually cumulatively learning everything from all the old days of this raid, or these raids. Run. Did we do the thing? I think we did the thing. Step in the blue, we're gonna die. So just don't. That's a bunch of fun stuff. Where do we stand for this one? Pretty much where everybody else does, is the answer.
Overcome our final test.
Where do we have to stand? The question of this entire raid, where do I have to stand?
Ever has mankind hoped and prayed.
Looks like we're getting close to the end. Again, I'm not doing terrible. I don't know what all is going on the screen anymore. It's just like lots and lots of bright lights. Are we seeing any repeats? Everybody's standing here again. Oh, I screwed up. I'm dead. Yep. I was watching my rotation. I stopped watching what I was actually doing. But she's at 2.5%, which means we're almost in the home stretch. There it is. I will say thank you to everybody. Okay. Let's catch up with chat, shall. Do I need anything that's on this? Some of this is just old gear from the last expansion, which I shouldn't need. Basically, most of the vendors right now sell better. Lots of Eulogia cards and also some Orchestria that I do not have. Just hit need on everything and see where the chips fall. He ripped out pages of the Bible on stage, a lot of other provocative stuff. Yeah, I would say, honestly, a significant part of my career as a content creator has been influenced by Marilyn Manson. Honestly. His music is like so-so. I feel like it's kind of, it's not as dark or as creepy as people make it out to be. Maybe it used to be for the time that it was, for the era it was in. But I feel like that's changed. But just his level of being a provocateur and using edgy imagery to get a point across and to make a stand. And also because I think legitimately he honestly loves to present himself that way. It's a look that he likes. And that speaks to me. I can appreciate that. My dad was a political party commissioner for the Republicans, went to a few of the RNCs. My dad wanted me to be a runner, but mom said, hell no. Interesting. What an interesting twist. You've definitely moved in a different direction. That, well, I don't know. I wonder if somebody with, well, I guess if your ideologies really don't mesh with the current GOP, then it wouldn't make sense to try to go into that direction and see if you can make a change. I don't think right now is the make a change era of the GOP. But I think maybe in 4 years, we might see a GOP willing to make some big changes to try to make a future out of their political party, because I don't know that I see a future there right now. Given how many of those guys ended up in scandals, she probably saved me. Honestly, yeah, for real, absolutely. Jam, can you still? Are you a ad skipper? I don't know if I'm talking to a Jam that can hear me. Yes, I don't watch ads. Good, you shouldn't. It's bad for your health. No, I'm just kidding. I like the way you say it, though. I don't watch ads as opposed to like I'm subbed or I have Twitch Turbo or whatever. What do you think about live streaming your baby? Is that a legitimate form of content? So here's what I feel, and this is something that Oz and I have continued as policy in our lives as far as children and streaming goes. Once you are live on the internet, once you are on the internet, doesn't have to be live. You could just be on a VOD somewhere. Once your content somewhere on the internet, there's no guarantee that the future of that content is yours to command ever again. So while I'm not adverse to young people using the internet and making content, I think they need to be educated about the ramifications, that there's a permanency to that never existed in humankind before, and that we're not really like fully grown as a species to deal with permanent life events that can be brought back at any point again later on in your entire life. And therefore, I think that needs to be a thing that even when young and your whole mental faculties aren't quite there, that nobody else should be able to make that decision for you either. If as a parent you decide, I don't want my child on any social media ever, I understand that policy and principle, and that would include potentially content that the adults in your life, your parents, make as well, that they might exclude you from all online content creation as a result. But I get really sketchy or uneasy around people that make content other than for private circles or for their families to consume online of their children, even before the rather low age of consent that most platforms have for making a profile. I think aren't a lot of platforms, I think YouTube and Facebook sit at 13, that at 13 you can make your own profile. 13 seems a little bit young for me to be making ideological choices that could result in something that lasts forever being placed on the internet that's about you and your life. But 13 is definitely still better than baby. And it's definitely still better if the person in question is making those choices about themselves and their own content than having their parents choose for them. I don't think because you're the parent of somebody that gives you the right to dictate what forever things about them get placed on the internet. Again, private circles, not a problem. Want to post a baby pic for my family? I will post a baby pic for my family. And I have. There are baby pics out there for my family. But I don't have baby pics of my babies when they were babies, or even now, just for broad consumption. I'll post pictures of them that are anonymized, but I don't do that so that people engage with them as human beings. I post pictures of my kids with the anonymized face and everything so that you all have a better context of my life. Because most of you know me very well sitting in this room, staring at this camera, and engaged with this type of conversation. A significant portion of my life is spent speaking Mandarin to two young blonde Caucasian children, teaching them the ropes and the ways of the world, and hopefully being a good mentor on things like how to stay focused on education and how to make healthy dietary choices and all the things that a good parent is hopefully doing for their kids. And I think you all might easier forget that that's such a huge portion of my life if I don't periodically share that with you, but not to risk or make a decision about my kids as far as what is content online forever without their ability to consent. Not that 13, again, is necessarily the best age of consent, but they're 5 and 4, and 5 and 4 is definitely not a great time in their lives for me to make consent choices for them for being online. The best I can do is choose to let them choose later and not make a choice for them now. Does that make sense? That's just me. I know people who do like life vlogging stuff, and they just have their whole you can see the inside of their house. You know what street they live on. You know what car they drive. You know where they go around, and they have their kids, and maybe their kid's having a really bad day, and they're super mad and frustrated or having a fit. They record all of that. It's all content. Everything's content. Everything makes money. Their kids' lives are entirely documented on the internet forever for everyone to see. And that's how some people choose. I'm against it, but that's how some people choose it. A stream came up on my YouTube feed, just a small toddler taking her first steps in a live stream. I don't understand why parents do this. Clout. That's got to be an adult that's thinking about them, and they're not even thinking about, in my opinion, the humanization of that child. They're thinking, whose lives am I going to affect? Me, about like how many people am I going to make happy by showing them this? And I don't think there's the selfless make other people happy idea. Like, look at this baby's first steps. Isn't that cute? I just want to make 1 million people smile today. And then there's the thing that I think most people are doing when they make content and post it online, which isn't, I want to make 1 million people smile today. It's subtle. It's the reason people smile today. I want that to be me. I want it to be my video that made people smile today. You notice the shift? I think it's a selfish push. I do not think it is, I care about giving people joy. When I tell people my weird ideologies and the ways my brain works and the pull down and analysis of things and try to get people to think for themselves, do I selfishly do that from a place of, I want you to think of me every time you critically think? Honestly, no. Which is bad for business, actually. I almost wish I was a little more sociopathic or narcissistic so that I had a little bit more like what's the word I'm looking for? Self-endorsement. Like, yeah, the reason you critically think, the reason you question things, the reason you look for optimal ideas or challenge thoughts or get in difficult conversations, I want you to think about Damien every time you do that. I want you to imagine me on the other side of your brain, goading you into this new, more controversial, more high impact version of your thought processes. Then you would come back to my channel and you'd pay me your surplus money and you'd help me grow and you'd get my name across to 5 million people. And then, you know, I could start doing this for a living. That would be I would feel like, you know, I'd be helping myself grow in that regard. But I don't help myself grow. And the main reason why I push to get you all to think this way is because I think that it helps people. I think that it's helpful. It was helpful for me to start thinking in this way and stop autopiloting so much of my life or deliberately turning my brain off whenever I wasn't at school or work. And so I think it's better for other people. There might be a selfish component. You know what the selfish component might be? I don't want to be in a world that's full of people who just disengage when they're off of work and school and just like try to stew themselves with, stew their brains quiet at the end of their day with doom scrolling or watching videos or watching other people's content or watching TV the rest of their day until they have to get up and do it all again tomorrow. I would rather be surrounded by people who are more highly engaged in their life. So there's a selfish component to it, I suppose. But I don't think it's a I want to create a cult of personality based around me. I would want to be the skeleton key piece to this brand where if I wanted to retire or pass this on to somebody else or for any number of other reasons, that I could put somebody else in this seat and give them the basic philosophy that we're moving toward, and somebody else could do this and continue the path that doesn't have to be based on me and my personality. That all said, you know, if you all do base some of this on my personality, then let's get me big and fund a household doing this. I know I'm not self-serving enough, and I should be. I should work on that. Yeah. My little brother is significantly younger than me, so I think about a lot of these things too. My big worry for him now is his cousins and some of his friends are several years older, and they might be engaging in content that he's not ready for. Yeah, that's tricky. That's always been tricky, right? There have always been kids who have been sort of pushed along a little bit too far. I've seen kids at house parties that shouldn't be there at the house party, but they're there maybe because of an older sibling, or like where I grew up, I had older siblings who were into firearms, and I got into firearms at an earlier age than maybe other kids my age were because of the proclivities of the older kids around me. Yeah, I don't know. With the internet, it's even crazier and wilder, but my big goal is to have SecOps in my house set up so that if my kids discover some crazy stuff through their friends or through older relatives or whatever, and they're like, wow, that's super crazy, I'm going to go check that out in my own house on my own phone or on the home computer if nobody's looking, that I will have that kind of stuff scraped out of their capacity to like, there's no harm in being curious, but there is harm in some sectors of the internet if it's not manicured or maintained in a certain way. So I definitely had that experience where I was, late teens, early 20s, one of the first computers my family could ever afford. And what was I doing? I was getting into like the absolute worst, darkest parts of the internet, completely blowing my mind, twisting my mind around, seeing everything from the worst categories of porn to the worst violence that human beings can exact on animals, on each other, on children. I've seen everything imaginable, just about. I can't think of anything that human beings can't do. Or I can't think of anything human beings can do that I haven't seen, to my knowledge. Self-mutilation, innocence mutilation, everything. Did it twist me? Did it affect me? Am I a different person for it now? Probably. But I'm definitely more numb to seeing it, except anything involving children. I'm not numb, and I never have been. Well before I had kids. It's not a parent thing. I just have a thing about, like, mess with people. Don't mess with kids, though. Well, actually, probably don't mess with people. But the one thing I think after seeing all of that stuff and being twisted in that way, well, hello. How come I can't hear everybody? Oh, I think I have alerts turned down. Damn. Did I miss other alerts tonight? Did something happen that I didn't say? Hi, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hi, Streamer of Oz. But yeah, I think despite having seen the worst of old internet is...
3, 2,
well, thank you.
1.
Ew.
Okay.
I love it. I'm on it. I am on it.
I know.
It's being isolated into a sound as we speak.
Okay, do we want... Now, these are very opposite. Do we want...
You know what? OBS is actually set up so I should be able to hear that, and I just can't hear it. Damn. I'll have to fix something else. I do have another thing I could probably fix. Monitor off, monitor and output. We'll try that. Maybe next clip I can actually hear. I would say, despite having seen the worst of the internet at the worst time where the internet had very few safeguards on it, is, despite all that, my empathy for humankind is vast. I have high levels of empathy for humans, for people. I think we all deserve good, pain-free, happy lives where the things that we want to have happen to us and to our family happen, and everybody's benefiting and everybody's growing and doing more or less the majority of what we want, while also being engaged in helping other people to get where they want. Yeah. What did we stream? How was tonight? Oz. Also do this shout out as well. Oh, I have to wait an hour? Did we already do that one? For those of you that are rating in that don't know me, well, too bad. You should know me by now. I'm not even going to do an introduction. That's how confident I am that you all know exactly who I am. All right. We were going to do trials. Yeah, let's do trials. And we are Gunbreaker. And one of our pieces of stuff is low. We can repair these. Luckily, I'm every trade job, so I can repair everything ever. Cool. Yep, the old internet. Yeah. I would love to see it so that young people don't get as much of that twisted content in their lives. I do think it can affect you, and I think it can cause some harm to people with some mental proclivities in the first place to be able to have that kind of access to stuff. But I don't think it's necessarily harmful either. For me, it was mostly just about sating a curiosity. I don't know about the rest of you, if any of you grew up with like really seeing the worst of the worst internet back in the days, but I don't feel like it created a sense in me where when seeing bad things happen to people that I ever thought that that was right, or I ever thought that that was okay for other people to do, and I was just like immune to having a judgment about it. I think it just sated curiosities. I just know stuff that probably people of Eld didn't know so much. Well, I think it depends. You know, if you grew up in like big city, living in the last 100 years in just about any country, you probably know mostly a peaceful life governed largely by technological advances, making our lives easier and easier. And you might not know like what it looks like for somebody's guts to be eviscerated from them violently. But go back a couple 100 years before that, and I think a lot of people knew what nasty illnesses and violence looked like because it was more a way to get things that people wanted. They're conquerors and wars, and violence was worse back in the day. Big violence is still bad now. Big shellings and bombings of things and drone attacks and whatnot can do crazy wanton damage, especially again to kids. But we might not see it as much as we used to as a society or as a species. So maybe we're moving toward better standards, even if the internet has that kind of stuff. At least we're not seeing as much of it in real life. Less violent crimes to be had. There's no sense in putting tank stance on in this fight, I think. So we're gonna watch the other guy do it anyway. Could you not turn to me? I'd love it if you didn't touch me that way. Alright, I know for a fact these buttons are wrong. I'm gonna move some of these around. That's better. It's been a minute since I've touched Gunbreaker, but there's some things that I know I needed to change with my hotkeys and just haven't. Stop turning my direction. I don't want you to notice me, senpai. Are we supposed to damage that wildlife? I thought they were supposed to be good. Happy critters. I'm getting hit by whatever that is. There's no getting up. I'm just being tossed around like a rag doll. I'm doing much better as this job. But I also know this fight a little bit better too. This fight was brought over from Monster Hunter. Oh, we're dead. We're actually dead. Womp womp. We didn't, the DPS were not focusing on that mammoth creature. Somebody says gotta use your cool drinks, but that is not the case. That is not why we lost that fight. There's no actual tank. I wonder how this thing decides who to fight and when. What the theory is behind it. Or is it just random, you think? You could easily put a random number generator on him and have it play out for a few seconds of combat so he's not just spinning his head around, randomly targeting random us all the time. Can I please get up? We should soon be seeing that. Mammoth? Or no? Are we too soon? There's the mammoth. Or whatever it is. What is this thing called? A gorilla? Now we're attacking it. The new dragon fight in Enshrouded is so badass. So I'd love to see it. I'm trying to be fair. Oz is part of our regular Enshrouded crew. And we don't have a lot of days we stream on the same day. So part of it is connecting with her on schedule. Nico's been busy, including doing some off-stream night streaming. So he's also been doing more streams than usual. He's also been really busy with work. His department at our company is busier than mine on a regular basis. We get a lot of extra work. Or maybe we're generating a lot of extra work for the sort of thing he does, and not as much for the side of things that I do. And then Losts, the fourth in our main group of folks that do content together in Enshrouded, has been under the weather, and so hasn't always been able to engage even in Final Fantasy stuff. And he's our free company leader here. All right, we got the tail. Now you're in trouble, you big old beastie. But I'm very excited to see it, and I'm very excited to stream it. I think even if we end up having to do this on an off-stream night for me, I will still want to live stream it, whether that be on a major platform or on Discord. But whenever I do get into new Enshrouded content, it will be streamed. My. You should just solo it? The thing of it is, I like Enshrouded enough to play it alone, but I don't dislike my friends enough to leave them behind. Sometimes, in some games, I have gone on ahead because I love the game that much, or I don't care about the group I'm in that much. But these are some of my favorite people of my entire life. They mean a lot to me. So doing stuff with them means a lot to me. I am beating out one of our damage dealers. Oh, you're just gonna run away? You can just run away. Are the stack markers here something you shouldn't do? You should not stack? Did I get my drink on? Is this guy dead already? Oh, he's still up. There he is. Not saying you leave them behind. You can have different characters in a different world. Yeah, but when I don't get clears or achievements or whatever, or when I don't have the same reaction they do, I'm definitely not going to like pretend to see something for the first time. Like, I want authentically for us all to be engaged in the content together at the same time as new content. Yeah. I could never lie to them. And I would hate to do it all separate by myself and then do it with them and be like, yeah, this part was cool, huh? Oh, yeah, I cried when I saw this. Or, well, probably not for Enshrouded, but yeah, I'm not the sort of person that I enjoy doing stuff alone and then later on doing it again with other people. Plus, then I'd be playing Enshrouded twice as much, which I don't have that kind of time. There's a lot of people who complain that Twitch is full of content not suitable for children. I mean, you're watching a 18+ stream right now. And it's too easy for them to gain access to that content. True. So I have streamed. I know for a fact that I've streamed to people that have bypassed the age filter. And, you know, that's between them and God. Or them and the Twitch gods. I can't get people not to touch that age button or do it wrongly or set up their account so that it lies about their age. You know, there's nothing I can do in that regard. But I agree, it's a little too easy. I guess the big thing, though, too, is Twitch has to ask itself what sort of not kid-friendly content do they want to allow on their live streams. I think Asman has floated the idea that Twitch should have a kids version of the site that is significantly censored, but I've also heard him say kids just shouldn't be on Twitch altogether. I think maybe, again, at a certain age, it would be okay. I don't think kids, like under 13 especially, and then I don't know if that's the right number, or I'd have to, you know, think about it, talk about it. I don't know if there is a right number. I think it's arbitrary. You just have to come up with something based on what you know or what you feel. But kids probably shouldn't be on social media, period. Facebook, got nothing for them. TikTok, Instagram, any live platform, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, I don't know that they should be on those platforms. Now, as an adult, if you find something, it's a funny joke, it's a funny pic, it's cute, it's kid-friendly, it's something interesting, it's educational. God, if you pull up something educational on one of those platforms, probably going to be YouTube if it's going to be any of those platforms. But I've tried to create some educational content on Twitch before in the past. But finding that kind of stuff and then you show them, I think that's one thing. But then that would involve two things. One, you'd have to be engaged in your kids' lives, which, you know, some parents just aren't. And two, you'd have to be the arbiter of technology, and you do the choosing on your devices and then show them, which I know a lot of parents also won't do. There are many parents who, and I understand this, maybe you work multiple jobs, you're very tired, Your children have high needs, high energy, high interests. They're curious about everything. They will get into stuff in the house unless you stop them. They will get into trouble outside unless you stop them. They will be highly engaged in things that you don't want them to be in, and you can either actively, with what little energy you have, engage yourself in their lives to give them structure and parenting, or you can pass them technology. I super get why giving a kid technology at an early age and letting them surf social media and whatnot unfettered is so attractive, or just giving them a mind-numbing like repetition game, which I think has its own negative effects as well. Like just, shoot these balloons, or just like, swipe this fruit or whatever. I get it. I super get the desire to want to do that, to disengage in those fashions. But not great. Not a great idea. How do you feel about requiring IDs like they're doing with Pornhub in some states? I think people will find other places to go. For every big platform that tries to create a different answer for its community, like let's restrict this, or let's require this, or let's really push for this, people will flock to something that doesn't do that, right? I saw this with AI generation actually in recent times. There was a company that had much laxer restrictions on what you could and couldn't create. It was a Chinese-based company. And they're like, here are all the different crazy things you can prompt, and here's how many generations you can do a day for free. And everything was like much more lax compared to everyone else in the industry. I can't think of all the different competitors or whatever. I don't want to mention this one by name specifically because it's Chinese and sketchy, and I really don't want to give them press. But for a while, this was a promotional thing, but they didn't tell anybody it was promotional. For a while, you could basically prompt almost anything. They did have some explicit filters on text for you to put in, but people got creative and would use clever different prompting words to try to convince the algorithm that it should create the video that they wanted. And people are getting some really crazy, really insane videos out of this and doing it a lot. And they were making, they were finding ways to even game the UI. So they were getting multiple video generations tossed in there where they shouldn't have been able to, like skeezy in every single way. And what happened is the company eventually went legit, and they're like, all right, here's our business model. Here's the membership costs for, your monthly fees that you can pay us. We've adjusted some of the filters so that they're a little more compliant with what we expect businesses would like from us. And we're just more on the up and up. We've done all these things to make ourselves a more legitimate AI video company for you and your needs. Please pay us memberships. You know what happened? Everybody dumped them. They didn't like the restrictions on the prompts. They didn't like the payment model anymore. They wanted more free generations like they used to have. And they flocked to a different competitor who, while has less daily video generations, is back to lax filtration again. Because that's all they really wanted. And there's nothing that one company doing their job to try to make things a better place for AI video generation can do to raise the waters of all boats in that ocean. Somebody else will just step in and undercut them, unless it becomes like governments all regulate against this sort of thing, right? So I don't know. I think requiring an ID for a pornographic website is an interesting theory. I don't think that particular concept works. I think people will find porn wherever it is, wherever the hell they possibly want to find it. The fact that some people pay for it in 2024 baffles my mind. absolutely baffles my mind. I think there's a huge difference between letting technology that you don't understand parent your children and using technology as a tool to help you be a better parent. Right. So Oz and I are technophiles, maybe obviously, because we're both live streamers, right? And among those we're other things as well. We are crazy engaged with tech all the time. And we have a lot of tech in the house. We have computers and tablet and phones and, you know, got lots of stuff and smart dongles on our TVs. We're not rich, but we also don't pay for anything else. Like we don't go out on big, expensive, lavish gift givings or big trips or anything like that. We mostly just spend, we definitely don't spend them on luxury items for ourselves. So we spend a lot of our saved, hard-earned money and gift giving on just other bits of tech. We still raise the kids extremely limited, right? We can put devices into guided mode, limit what apps they can and can't see, put filters on what websites they can view in a web browser. You can use technology, and it's really not hard to manage the experience for a child so that it is better for them. Should a child then have lots and lots of unsupervised, managed technology time? No. The science says it's bad. So tech itself isn't bad for kids if you manage how the kid interacts with the tech. They could do a lot of edutech sort of stuff. But we do know that too much tech is actually bad for kids. It actually is. Even the good tech is actually bad for kids at too much, right? Well, it's just like most things. You need some diversity. If your kid won't eat vegetables, but you found out they'll eat green beans, and you're like, oh, thank God. All right, I'll just put green beans in every single meal, and that will be that kid's vegetable. Green beans don't have every nutrient in them. You can't eat one vegetable all of your life. You need to diversify. You can't just have kids use tech. You need to diversify, right? They need to touch grass. They need to do outside in nature activities. They need to do socializing activities, not online socializing. They need to engage with other kids face to face, within arm's reach, within punching and kicking distance from other kids. And they need to get into improvised play with other children at playgrounds, because that helps stimulate the creativity. They need to get in fights with other kids at an early age so they learn conflict management. Tech is bad for kids if you use it to fill good parts of your day. If you're like, oh, well, I need kid-free time right now, so we'll just rely on tech. Just know that you've got to be setting timers, because parents will often forget or indulge too much in that kid-free time, and then your kids grow up without the diversity that they need. Yeah, basically moderation. As long as you understand that moderation also means diversity. Because I think people believe that everything in moderation is good, when there are some things that are better when they're mixed. Like, carbs are bad, but carbs in moderation are good. That's true. So should you be able to eat white flour processed carbs every day? That's a bad carb all the time, actually. So that type of carb is bad. Should you have just rice as your only carb? No, also bad, because it doesn't have all of the minerals and vitamins that other carbs might have. You should diversify out. So sometimes moderation doesn't fulfill the full of what you need. You need to diversify and mix in other stuff in addition to moderating. Also, some things that we say are good in moderation are actually bad all the time, and that our moderation thing is just a myth. Like when people say a little bit of alcohol, like maybe just some wine with dinner every night, is good, actually. It's bad, actually, every time. Wine is always bad for your body. It has good things in it that you can say are good for you, but the good things that are in wine are because it's from grapes, and all of those things exist as grapes. None of those things are derived from the winemaking process. So if I said you should eat a handful of grapes with every meal at dinner, I would be doing you more of a solid than telling you should drink a glass of wine at dinner every night. So we do make up myths. We make up myths about chocolate and white sugar and so many other things that we say, as long as you're using this in moderation. The answer is every time we say that, we need to analyze, is this thing actually good for you in any way? Or is it all bad for you, plus good things that you can get from literally almost anything else? Like the health benefits of dark chocolate you can get from other products. The health benefits of caffeine you can get from other products. Health benefits of sugar, if there are health benefits from sugar. There are many things that we lie to ourselves that are fine in moderation, when what we really mean is if you limit the use, you will hurt yourself less. But it's all negative side of the spectrum, right? Versus something else you could do. Dude, my triplet nieces and nephew are brawlers. Good. I would suspect that versus a child that does not spend time brawling, your kids, your nibblings, I think is the proper term to mix nieces and nephews together. Your nibblings will possibly grow up to be better engaged with resolution of high tension moments or conflicts or anything that might come to blows, just maybe more socially connected than a kid that never got into a brawl, that never got that part of them tested on the playground or outside or in a bedroom or anywhere. Brawling early can lead to more regular socialization aspects later on. Suplex from the top rope through a table kind of knockdown dragouts, and they're 3. That's amazing. Crazy. Nibbling is great. I think it's the right term. I think it's the appropriate term for referring to those little people that were spawned from your siblings. All right. That might be the last one. Let's get this guy's daily. Done a lot of talking and running around, not a lot of actually like leveling this character. This isn't even what I wanted to do tonight. Is we picked up some of the 7.1 quests, which came after the finale to the most recent expansion, and I just want to get some of those content points unlocked so that I have more access to things. But yeah, I think there are many things in our life that are best replaced with other stuff entirely. They're not good in moderation. We just lie about it because we don't want to give up our vices. There are some things that are fine in moderation, and then there are some things that are good when moderated, but the best way to moderate them... I don't know why I'm bringing you into this purple circle. You don't need to stand in this purple circle with me. I guess we're just doing this, though. The best way to moderate some things is to make sure that it's getting mixed with other stuff. Just like you never skip leg day at the gym, right? A lot of gym rats say that one. I'm not a gym rat, but as I understand it, that's something that people say. And the reason is because you don't want to look like you just work out your arms all the time. And I know I've talked to people that spend most of the majority of their free time consuming technology, whether that's doom scrolling on social media, whether that's playing games, whether that's like watching anime or whatever. I know what you are like. I can usually talk to people with those proclivities and they have a certain sense about them. They're different. They're not diversified and full like other people are. They're usually like one note sort of folks where if you get them out of their wheelhouse, they get uncomfortable, bored, or anxious from a longer conversation that's not related to their interests. Most conversations aren't related to your interests. Most conversations aren't related to most people's interests. It's usually a dance where you weave in some things you like to talk about. Your conversation buddy weaves in some things they like to talk about. It's an interchange. It's an exchange and a play that you do together. And if you're lucky, you find people who have more interests connected with you so that you're not boring them or disenfranchising them or creating resentment that they know you. Last weekend, one of the girls was playing outside and got bit by fire ants. Oh, I hate that. We've got the nasty Floridian fire ants that are an invasive species here in Georgia. And their bites sting worse than any other ant I've ever been stung by. I've never been stung by like those South American crazy ants, but the ones here are really not fun. I feel bad just hearing that. That sucks. 10 minutes later, she's bright red and covered in hives. Oh no. Do you have like Floridian ants there too? It sounds like the same sort of thing. That sounds awful. Benadryl and topical saved the day. She has an EpiPen now? Oh, dang. I didn't know it was that bad. Why am I clicking? I'm getting used to doing this from the other machine. EpiPen now an appointment for allergy testing. I thought that just happens with some types of ants, but maybe it is an allergy. Once all the swelling went down, we found 9 fire ant bites. Ugh, that's awful. I feel so bad. Not fun at all. They're red imported fire ants. Like, imported from Florida. I only say that because that's where ours... I read an article about it. That's where the fire ants from Georgia all come from. They're all Floridian. I don't know if they started in Florida, but they came from Florida to Georgia. If you haven't seen this game from the going backwards to old content when you're significantly higher level than this, this is very much a common tactic. Is just grab everyone you can before a natural wall or barricade stops you from doing so. Force the healer to heal you through all of it and require your DPS to just AoE like crazy over the whole mass of things. The mathematics behind this game are such that AoEs do more damage than single enemy attacks, but only if you're attacking 3 or more enemies at a time. Just happens to be most encounters are well more than 3 or more enemies at a time. So you see that happen quite often. When we're in boss fights or when you do fight encounters where there are less than 3, you'll see me shift to a different group of abilities because then it makes more sense mathematically to use your single target attacks. If you use an AoE attack on just 2 enemies, the math almost never plays out to be worth your while. My DPS are dutifully fighting the ads that will disappear if we just fight the main boss. Which is a little bit frustrating, but I don't want to sit and metagame them and tell them what to do with their free time. I don't want them to be unhappy. But them focusing on anything but this Magitech Black Eft in the middle is a waste of our time. You kill the Black Eft, all other things stop spawning, and all other things die immediately when it dies. I'm pretty sure it's another name for all the same damn demon ant. Maybe. So when we first moved here, there was a sinkhole in our backyard, and that sinkhole would fill up with water almost every rain, even light rains. It would just get full of water, and then it would stay there. We have clay directly underneath our topsoil in every part of the property, and so when water accumulates, it doesn't have anywhere to go. It drains through the clay, but it drains through clay exceedingly slow. So we have this big hole, and it's where the majority of our water and our neighbor's water drain to. And so naturally we wanted to clean it out and do something about it. So we start to make our way towards it. All around the sinkhole is poison ivy. That's not very fun. So first we want to clear that out because we really don't want our littles, they were very little at the time, to have to deal with poison ivy. So we, mostly Oz, really got rid of a ton of poison ivy in the hole and around the area, which was awesome. Then we needed to deal with the actual hole itself and what we were going to do with it. Well, I got in there and was cleaning out some other garbage that was just happened to be in the hole. Just like weird weeds and bits of trash that had been tossed in there. Or maybe not tossed. Maybe they accumulated through storms and were washed in with the water. I'm trying to think like what could it possibly be that was causing all that. But while I'm there inside the hole, hoping that Oz got all of the poison ivy out, I didn't realize it, but I was completely knee deep in an old fire ant nest. It was not directly in the hole, but it was against the edge of the hole. So that I guess when the water filled up, I don't know, how were they safe? They must have drilled into the clay or something for them to be so close to the sinkhole and be fine with it. But I had ants crawling up my legs, into my pants, into my shirt, finding lovely spaces to stop and bite. And every bite ended up stinging for like a week afterwards, such that if you like rubbed the skin with something even as soft as like a washcloth, the skin would reactivate like a brand new bite. So awful and nerve-wracking sensation, because I just felt on edge, like something was going to make me feel freshly bit all over again if I just rubbed the wrong way, moved so that my skin brushed against me the wrong way. Awful experience. I hate these ants. We've talked already about what is it? Diatomaceous earth? Is that the right term? I know it has the word atom in it. We've mentioned it on another stream, I'm almost certain. That stuff does wonders. Ant colony completely gone. But we're not the only property in our neighborhood that has a good place for ants to dig a colony. And so they find our neighbors' places for purchase. And a lot of our neighbors are less fastidious about their yards and what's growing in them because they don't have little kids. If you don't have little kids and you don't actually go out in your grass, if you get an anthill somewhere, who cares? What are you going to do with it? You're not out. Most people I know in this part of the country have beautiful lawns that they do not use. Why? Why have a lawn? What is the American dream? Isn't the American dream to have a beautiful suburban house with a nice backyard that you would spend time in that backyard for leisure? The people here do not spend time in their yards. They spend time indoors. And so their lawns are definitely prone to whatever creepy crawlies can grow out here. The worst part are people that do not mow their lawns. And it's not because I care about a mowed lawn. I would actually prefer it if people had more natural backyards. However, natural backyards in this exact neighborhood are prone to poisonous snakes. And so if we had a neighbor who had long grass in their backyard for some reason, while ideologically I'd be like, yeah, do you, bring it back to nature. Less maintenance, probably better for the environment, better for animals and everything. The other part of me would say, you're endangering my kids because now snakes have a wonderful place to hide. They can come over to our property and bite away. Can't win them all, I guess. See, if I was close by, I could have helped. Poison ivy doesn't affect me. Well, if it ever comes back, we'll send for you. We'll get you on a personal jet. This is when we're big streamers, mind you, and we can afford things like personal jets. Get you a personal jet. We'll have you come on over and set you to the backyard. I think if we were that well off, we would just, I don't know, not make you do that. We'd have you over for tea instead. Diatomaceous earth. Yes, that is the term. It's a mouthful, but that stuff's good. Basically acts like fiberglass does to human skin, in that it is not comfy. It can shred you up. If you were to just go into a ball pit full of fiberglass shreds, it would get under your skin. Actually, our skin's pretty thick, so it would get under your skin, be really irritating, but you could live. But diatomaceous earth's probably more like metal shards, like shrapnel, that just slice through the exoskeletons of ants and other creepy crawlies. That's the plankton skeletons, yes. Do you know the famous Hallmay streamers? I'm their personal poison ivy remover. I mean, so on both sides of this coin, ever since I saw the first 5 minutes of the movie The Green Hornet with Seth Rogen? Was he the Green Hornet in a more modern like version of the... Anyway, I never saw the movie. I literally just saw like the first 5 minutes. He's like some rich dude, and he's so rich. Yes, I'm right? Okay, cool. He's so rich, he gets this personal servant guy to come into his house just in the mornings. That guy sets up a espresso machine, makes like the perfect cup of coffee, gives it to the Green Hornet dude, and then packs up his stuff and leaves. And I was like, I want this job. If I never become rich in my life, which I don't think will ever happen, but if I never did, I would want to find somebody that's so exorbitantly rich that they could just pay me to have one thing perfect in their life. I would learn whatever that was. Actually, I know how to make basically a perfect cup of coffee. Did barista and coffee master training and a bunch of other stuff. And so if they came down to coffee, I could probably make a perfect cup of anything, cappuccino, latte, you name it. Any sort of coffee drink, I could probably make perfect for a billionaire. With the premise that I did one cup, and then I got to go home for the rest of the day. I want to work for 15 minutes tops and then just go home. And that's my whole work day. That would be amazing. And so I started to look for that rich person, but I don't think they exist. That'd be pretty sweet, though. On the other side of the coin, I've said with Oz, and I think I've said it on live stream too, if Oz and I ever got bigger than just maintaining our household, like we're talking about, okay, we could actually cover quite a bit more than just making sure that the kids are raised well. We'd want to be job makers. I'd want to employ people. I don't know if I'd want to employ somebody as like literally just poison ivy removal. That sounds kind of, I don't know, like not enough worth. I think I'd want to employ people to do more than one small task. But I would like to be a job maker. I think it would be fantastic. I think two things that I've learned from being a wage slave most of my life, and usually in manual labor or sweat equity sort of jobs. And those two things are, there's nothing more lovely than a good boss that generally cares about your well-being and is in it not only to help themselves out, but also to help you, to make sure that you get a decent quality of life. I feel like the idea that an employer could be that for somebody isn't as much of a thing anymore. I've heard stories from older people that they've met somebody like that and they really enjoyed working for them, but I've never met somebody like that. Maybe it is still a thing, I just don't know those people, but I'd want to be one of those people. And the other side of things is, there probably is one thing that's a little bit better than being shown by an employer that they really value you and care about your well-being. And that's getting overpaid for your job. That's a lovely feeling too. Some people might actually disagree with that. I have one sister that I think would actually balk if somebody tried to pay her more than what she was worth. But I would literally want to be an employer that paid people a higher wage than what their job actually earns. So find the median amount and then screw with the math and make the median go up. I'll give it to Waffle. It's a cute name. Waffle Stacks. Because I think in addition to being treated well by an employer, there's a lovely feeling in knowing that people that do what you do for a living aren't as happily paid, aren't as well taken care of as you are. That's a kind of worth that's hard to quantify in just being treated nicely by a boss. And I think I'd want to do both. Obviously, one without the other is kind of I don't know, halfway there. It's like a cat being pet by only one hand. You're only halfway there. I have a less trimmed side yard, but it's quite small, and I have a lovely, robust tuxedo boy patrolling it. Does your lovely tuxedo boy get paid well and respect from his employers? Where am I going? Solution 9? Yes. Yes, I guess I am. This is a free port, so I'm just going to use that to then get closer to... do I really want to do guild tests? Well, I guess it's DPS and that's rare. So we'll go in. It's Black Mage. Yeah, we have side yards that connect our front yard to our backyard two, one on each side of the house. Our kitties are not allowed outside because they are not, they would not survive, or they would get sick, or they would get bit by poisonous snakes. It's not a great idea. Oh, I don't have access to expert still. I'm missing things to be doing expert. I could still also do frontline. I just don't know how I feel about that just yet. Okay, so we have some quests in these various zones. One over here. Let's go check it out. Much cheaper to fly now that we're close by. I feel like I don't know what to do with side yards except trim them, like you said. And we do like our kids to get out and actually use the yards and play outside. But the side yards feel so like, what do you do with that space? I don't remember this one. This is a guild house I almost never get into. Yeah, I'm not sure what good side yards are for. Maybe just planting stuff in a planter and then letting the grass do its grass thing. All right, you fight that. I'm going to go attack a blue flame, I think. Yeah? Can I interact with these? Oh, yeah. I'm doing something really important, I think. There, I got 3 flames down. Are we doing the right thing now? These void hounds, am I going to be able to survive them? Uh-oh, another blue flame. I can get that down. I'm going to die. I'm standing on so much... Why are the things attacking me? One of you has been marked. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing turning these off. I'm just trying to do the right thing. Oh, they said, oh. They say don't touch the flames. Did we win? I say GG. I guess we just have to fight the rest of the hounds. I guess so. I feel like backyards are utility place, or should be considered as such, and front yards are just for show, and are annoying that they exist. Because it's never as nice to engage in a front yard as in a backyard. Backyards feel like they're a little bit more private, they're a little bit more yours. You have less chance that people are staring at you from their windows. I get it depends on how you live or where you live. Who is this guy? Wonderful, you're here. History lost to the ages lies in the valley just upstream. 'Tis a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabo tenders of all shapes and sizes. I call it Tender Valley. Sounds delicious. Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched for all these years due to its barbed environs. After all, none would wish to become the victim of their thousand needles. Thousand, huh? Though I believe the ruins nested deep within the valley to be Yokhui in origin, a closer inspection revealed motifs even I could not recognize. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within. I'm sure of it. Alas, the defense mechanisms protecting it were far too much for the mercenaries I hired. You would be wise not to underestimate them yourself. Lest I forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know of my findings, I encourage you to search for the records during your exploration. I shall await your return here. I entrust you the honor of discovering the unknowns which lie within. Tender Valley, now accessible. That sounds so nice to touch. I see. Let me guess, you can't actually fly up in there, but it exists. Oh, it's like there's a little cave, and then you'd be going through to the other side. All right. All right. So there's a new dungeon. That's one of the unlocks. Let's map it up and see what else. Nothing else in the northern areas. Maybe we have to look down here for more. There's one. And there's one. Let's check Mamuk. Yeah, we don't take videos and pictures of the kids playing in the yard, post them up for other people to see. We don't have, I think we might have one of the kids' first steps, but we don't like pull out the phone to grab things like first steps or first words. I don't even remember what the kids' first words are or were. Probably, actually, I'm like 90% sure both the kids' first words was mama. They both like Oz more than I did right out of the gate. Now we each have a kid that prefers us over the other, so at least I get one too. Oh, those are very glowy bananas. If our kids at the age of starting social media, i.e. like 13, are interested in having access to scrolling and looking at other people's content, I'm not really hip on that. Mama is easier than Dada, although here it would be Baba because they speak exclusively English to Oz and exclusively Mandarin to me. And the Mandarin word for father is Baba, or for dad, I should say, not for father. So Baba's not too hard, but Mama is still easier. I don't think at 13 I'm really keen on saying, yeah, go ahead, scroll Insta, scroll Facebook, scroll TikTok. You could just like watch these apps. The idea of having them being consumers of the content that's on these platforms is not ideal to me. Not least of which because I think there's a lot, as littles, there's a lot of comparison that gets done, whether you wanted that to have happen or not. They're looking at other people and judging where they are based on where other people are, and they're making assessments of their own value based on that. Creating content, however, I might be a little bit biased, but if my kids at 13 said, I want to make videos, I want to make a profile where I post pictures and post videos and stuff, I might be more comfortable with that at that age. I don't know if 13 is like exactly the age I'd feel the most comfortable with that. But being a content creator when young has some certain advantages and perks, and it does teach you some translatable skills. Would I want them reading comments and interactions with what they post online? Hell no. Hell no. They can make the content and then Oz and I will post it and we'll moderate their communities. Because the making of this stuff does not have to be equivalent to the connecting with your fans or your audience or whatever. Because I would never want any teenager to be like, yeah, go ahead, get unfettered access to what everybody has to say about your videos. Let's read the comment section. Let's read all the people what they have to say about you. Especially because I feel like these two are gonna grow up to be modestly attractive at minimum, and I really don't need them reading what people are gonna say about them online. The word shape and sound comes more naturally as mama. Yeah, I think so. I think that's why that's the word for mother, or word for that person in your life. I think it started as being the easiest thing a baby could say, and then it turned out that we use that as the word for a mom in so many different languages. It's in a lot of languages too that have disparate backgrounds. So I mean, even the Mandarin word for mama, which has no direct relationship to English whatsoever, is also mama, if that says anything. All right. Who are you and why have I been sent here? I don't even remember who sent me here. Just hi. Thank you for coming. Truth be told, I was unsure if I was right to call on you, but the troubles we now face cannot be overcome with our strength alone. Tell me more. It all began when we found a fallen traveler in the sky deep cenote. For a mercy, his wounds were not life-threatening. His kind is not common sight in these lands. Tall and slender of build, with pointed ears. Much like you, in fact. How dare you call me out? I mean, I like those things about me. He has yet to awaken, but speaks in his sleep of strange things that make little sense to us. It was our hope that you might recognize something in his ramblings, or perhaps even jog his memory once he regains consciousness. Might you be willing to speak with him? That means I'm your gal. Milalja, the traveler stirs. Very good. If you would be so kind as to bring him here. Where are you going to put them? This place doesn't seem very comfy for somebody who's just waking up. Oh, they're just going to walk. Okay. Interesting armor. They look kind of stormtrooper-esque, minus the helmet. Hello, fellow elven kind. We are glad to see you awake and in good health besides. May I ask your name, traveler? My name? I'm sorry, I can't remember. It would seem the fall has affected his memory. In any case, his presence here is a complete mystery to us. His armor only the only hint as to whence he came. Does anything about him strike you as out of the ordinary? Yeah, he looks like a stormtrooper, yo. Do I get to say that? He kind of looks like he serves in some evil galactic empire. Looks like your typical adventurer to me, or not much different from any other Elezen I've met. Or would that be Eldite? Oh, are they Eldites over here? That seems really racist as somebody who is Elezen. So I'm going to say the first thing. We're both the same overarching species, although I am a Duskwhite tribe. An adventurer? Me? Uh-oh, what's happening to him? Told you not. He shouldn't be like up and walking. I was like, where are we going to lie him down? Because I thought he was going to lie down somewhere. I remember. I'm an Elvan adventurer. Does that mean he's not from Eorzea, or sorry, not from our planet at all? Is Elvan the name of the spoilers, the other reflection that's connected to this area? He doesn't seem to recognize these people either, their race. He's giving them funny looks. And you're Mamulja. Could it have been I've come to Mamuk? Wait, he does seem to know. He does recognize their race. Wait, if I'm in Mamuk, then I must have been taken prisoner. Huh? To so readily believe us enemies, perhaps he comes from a land unfamiliar with our customs across the salt. Oh, maybe. Eorzea? No, he wouldn't have called himself Elvan. Yeah, I'm gonna say Alexandria. That makes more sense to me. I don't recognize the word Elvan. We've no way to know for certain, in which case... Why? Milalda, we must gather our strongest fighters at once. Why? What's happened? Kulul Jaja's shade has returned. It's been sighted near Gokdral Descent. That's easy to read. Bakul Jaja has engaged the apparition, but I fear the worst. The vow of reason's companion. Oh, sorry. The vow of resolve's companion. From the feet of the Brotherhood. I suspect you would understand the graveness of the situation better than most. In recent days, the late Dawn Servant's shade has been seen wandering the woods of Yaktel. I've reason to believe it was invoked in like manner to the one used in the feat. Only a privileged few of the Bunawa should be privy to the knowledge required to perform the rite. The culprit will be found in time, but we have a more pressing matter at hand now. What's that? I must hurry and inform the Lance Guard. Bakul Jaja requires reinforcements. Oh, he can't take it on his own? He's so strong. The Dawn Servant Shade. I fear he may hold out until the guard assembles. Oh, may not hold out. Oh, yeah, that makes more sense. Man, I was so high energy when I started stream. And in this coming up to the last hour, I'm definitely hitting my low end of my energy. Maybe it's because I've said all I wanted to say. And my brain was like, you got the point of the topic across. Good job. Now you can relax, even though I'm not done working. I'm loath to ask such a favor, but would you aid Bakul Jaja in this battle? Of course I will. We're buds. After we beat that main story. I mean, your Gokdrak descent is to the west of here. Please go and help my son. Oh, that's right. That's his mom. I remember her now. I had to hear that to actually remember, though. Why is this guy staring at me? Yo, elf. Yo. Stop holding your head. You're making me feel weird. Glue Jaja? What's going on with you, man? Oh yeah, he's gonna steal weapons. He's gonna go what? Beat up Glue Jaja? What are you gonna do? What's going on? What's going on with this guy's head? Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I'm actually fascinated by children's linguistics. I did a study in, what's the word I'm looking for? Like received order of phonemes in languages in one of my linguistics classes at university. And it's really cool just the way the brain works. Obviously, there are a number of sounds that when we hear them as little kids, we can replicate them almost immediately, and we try right out of the gate. It's absolutely an instinct. I met somebody just in the last week, I think, who said we were born a clean slate. And I was like, oh, dude, somebody on this planet still thinks that way? We're born with instincts. We're born with a lot of cool instincts, and one of them is the capacity and interest to replicate language that we hear. And some sounds are just easier. You got those M's and B's and P's. Anything with the lips, really, really easy. And usually some of our first formations outside of just vocalization of vowels, right? You open your mouth, you vocalize with your vocal cords, you got a sound. You hear it yourself, usually, if your ears are working right. And you're going to start making those sounds like crazy. Different than crying. crying does not necessarily mean that you know what you're doing at first. Some babies, or not some, babies just cry initially because it's a natural response. It's an instinct. But later on, they learn crying as communication. But yeah, so you got your lip-based sounds, labial sounds first. And those almost always come up first in every language. So there's a lot of easy words in languages that relate to those sound areas. There are also vowel sounds that are easier to make than others. So you have like minimal sounds that arrive in many different languages as a result of the way little children develop sounds as they start speaking. So your chances of a language having an M sound, a M, by placing your lips together are actually very, very high because it's one of the easiest sounds to make. You just close your lips and you vocalize and you're making the M sound. You also almost irrevocably in every language have a long A sound, or like an ah sound, an open A or back A, an O sound, and a U sound, an oo. So ah, o, and oo. Other vowels may come and go in different languages, but sort of minimally, you usually find those 3 vowels. And then it just starts building out from there. Certain languages will have more consonants, more vowels, and some will have less. And it just depends. Hawaiian is an interesting language for the US because it doesn't have the sound S, whereas most languages spoken in the United States have an S sound. So that's very weird, especially for loan words. You get really interesting sounds like the word for Christmas, which is a loan word in Hawaiian. They don't have their own word for Christmas. It's pronounced kelikimaka. So every S sound was replaced with a K to get anywhere even close. And kalikimaka sounds really, really foreign when you're listening for what should sound like Christmas. But we're no strangers to that too. In the US, the American variant of English that we speak here, we have a bunch of loan words from other countries that we pronounce awfully. But to our ears, that's just the way that they're pronounced because we don't know any better or we don't hear the original. Like the river in Wisconsin that eventually became the name of a seltzer company. If you've ever had this seltzer, it looks like it's got a French name. It even has a silent letter in it. And the drink is pronounced LaCroix. The drink is pronounced LaCroix because the river is pronounced LaCroix. The river is pronounced LaCroix because some English-speaking Americans looked at the name of the river on a map and it looked like you would pronounce that word Croix, when what that river's name was named the Cross River. But cross in French is Croix. Should be pronounced La Croix, the river. But it's been mispronounced by Americans for so long, that's just the name of the river now. And therefore, the seltzer company named after the river also has the ugly mispronunciation. Fun stuff, right? Our kids... Oh, what? Our kids have learned certain Mandarin sounds before their American English equivalents, and vice versa, certain English sounds faster than Mandarin sounds. And because they speak both languages, some sounds have minimal, like a minimal pronunciation. What's going on? Oh, it's these guys. That's the shade of the original king to this area. Oh yeah, so for example, there's a sound that in Mandarin it's like CHI, but it's all done with your tongue flipped upward, so it's almost touching the roof of your mouth. And that's the sound to eat. So CH in Mandarin is just pronounced ch, but with the tongue up. And I is just pronounced E, but with the tongue up. So it's like saying chi, but then you put your tongue upwards. So it sounds like ch, ch. Well, that sound, which is definitely an I with my tongue upwards, kind of sounds like an English sound, like in the word sir at the end of sir, the IR. And so our kids are more prone to say ch, like they're saying sir, instead of the actual I with the tongue flipped up sound. And it's hard to hear the difference unless you're a native Mandarin speaker and you're like, these kids are saying things just like with a bit of an accent. Can't place that accent. What's going on? It's like, it just ends up being Mandarin with an American accent. All right. Pathetic. And you dare call yourselves blessed siblings? Not bad. You might actually prove a challenge. Or how about I help? If you've come to help, best stay on your guard. He's not alone. Oh. What else does this shade... This thing is just a summon. Is this the thing that summoned him? What on earth are you? What is with those hands? What the hell are you? I'm so confused. You have the weirdest outfit of anyone in this game I think I've ever seen. Entire playing of this game. What's this? Another monster in need of slaying? Don't worry, I'll send them packing. Am I a monster? What the hell? What the hell? What are you? Here I go. Oh, she's coming for me. Nullifying drop kick. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, he knew to come defend. He stole that guy's shield and sword. I can't explain why, but something told me I had to be here. Well, now you see why. This weird-ass whatever she is. Ah, not bad. Not bad at all. But it'll take more than a couple of Toru to stop me. What's a Toru? Torus? Are you daft, girl? You can speak. A shame you don't seem to have any manners. She's like mental. The name's Prish. You do well to remember it. Or is it Prisha, like Porsche? Prish. Does this guy have like the echo? What's going on with his head all the time? I think he remembers her. Some part of him. Oh, she's like some superpowered monk. That's what's going on with her arms. Those hands are so ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Looks like I win. Oh, she really sees monsters. There is something messed up with her. Taurus. They're Taurus. She said it plural, and I guess it's the same word plural as singular. That's what confused me. One Taurus down, one to go. I hope you're ready. I guess we're gonna battle. Or, hear me out, something else weird is gonna happen. Let's just keep adding more confusing things to this. At ease, Prish. We've seen to our task. Come. Whatever you say, Ulmia. Who's Ulmia? Ulmia? What is she talking about? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what any of this is. Okay, bye. I guess that thing teleports you. Prish, wait, please. Don't go. I have zero idea what we're looking at here. I'm guessing word of the Dawn Servant Shade is what brought you here. I don't know what that girl has to do with all this, but she's clearly aligned with whoever summoned them. Yeah? Yeah? The way remains open, though there's no telling where it leads. Even so, they can't be allowed to return. We've a duty to protect this forest, and I'll not see it torn apart by some two-headed imposter. Okay, I believe you. Let's hurry after them, brother. Watch over that one, won't you? Watch over what one? Oh, the Elzan guy. Sorry, Elvan. Prish, what's happened to you? Oh, he does recognize her. Okay. Huh. Can we talk to this dude? I think we must. Please tell me just what the hell. Has your memory come back? Can you explain literally anything we just saw? Anything at all. Everything's still hazy, but I recall fighting alongside that girl. We were comrades in arms, I think. Gasp, says I. But something was clearly wrong with her. Yes. She not only mistook me for a monster, but she called her two-headed companion Ulmia. The Ulmia I know is an Elvan woman, a far cry from the reptilian fiend we encountered. Something dark has taken hold of her, clouded her mind. I have to go and... Ugh. Well, you're not going anywhere. That's exactly what I can. You're not going anywhere with those wounds. I'm going to tell him. Yeah. I'm going to be pushy about him. I could not talk about his wounds, but let's talk about your wounds. But she needs me. I said something like, listen, here I'm going. You would go in my stead. I know not how to thank you. Yeah, let's just draw our eyebrows down at each other. Keep staring. Keep staring. You're not going to try to kiss me, are you? Because I'm not into light skins like you. Sorry. It's just not my type. I recognize that look. The eyes of a woman who's seen more than their fair share of battle. Despite what Prish has done, she was a dear friend to me. I'm fairly certain. Leave it to me, buddy. Have care, friend. There's no telling what lies beyond that portal. Well, there's probably at least Prish, the shade of Gulul Jaja, and my friend Bakul Jaja. Juno, the first walk. Juno. Wait, that's the name of my guild. My free company. What the what? I was expecting the townsfolk to be indifferent, if not hostile, when I asked for a sword and shield, but they did not hesitate to help and send me on my way. I think I've always been accustomed to such armaments, though. Once recovered, I should be glad to put them to good use at your side. Sure. Can we... okay, it's a raid. Neat. I don't want to read this. I really super don't want to know anything about what that is. But 314. Should we try to run the raid, or should we do the last thing? Let's try to do the last thing. Unlock the last thing. As much as I want to just like run new things that I've discovered, if there's something to discover that we haven't discovered yet. Wait, what's that? Intrepid new enterprise. I cannot do as this. Which one is this? Intrepid new enterprise. Oh, it's synced with White Mage. because I picked it up as a different job. I'm glad I looked that up. I was like, I don't understand why I can't just go do that. I just wasn't the right job for it. Do you have any Thanksgiving things you like to do? Traditions? Food that you can't live without? I have a food I used to look forward to every Thanksgiving, and then everybody around me decided they would not have it anymore. I'm still coming to terms with that. And that is...
What's wrong, Doug?
Thanks, Toady.
I'm right as the mail.
That is green bean casserole. Done with like the cream of mushroom soup, the Campbell's stuff. And then you got the French onion, the French brand crunchy onions. Know what I mean? I really love that like really creamy, rich casserole. And yeah, it's not really good for you. And everybody else agrees they don't want to have it. So, makes me sad. It's one thing I crave, especially this time of year. I drank the last of my water. So in order to do Toadie's triple self-care, I got to go grab some more water. So I'll be right back. Oh, you're a fish collector. Nice. What's your favorite fish that you own? Does this work on your guys' screen? On my screen, it looks like I'm like really severely headbanging. Oh, thanks for the dirt. It's not around anymore, and I am your ghost host with the most, Damien Halme. Welcome. I'm a variety streamer, disruptor of the status quo, and reprogrammer of your mind. Breaker of your ruts. Filler? I fill your ruts? Oh no, let's not. Let's not say that one. Let's try that one more time. I mod my channel the way I want, and I will shout out somebody twice just to see a different clip.
Why would people want to see my feet and mac and cheese? I don't fucking know.
Or the same one. Such. Pulled up 2 clips in a row, and they were exactly the same clip. Sad. Thanks for the triple self-care. I like how even in the subtitles, which I almost never read because I get confused when I do, it capitalized triple. Like it knew the triple self-care should be capitalized. Or at least the triple, the T in triple. Am I blind or did you shave? I do sometimes. Between streams, sometimes I shave, sometimes I use hair clippers. And yeah, the answer that you should really be, or the question you should really be asking yourself is, have you ever seen me like actually like beardy, like a hanging down off my face beard? And the answer is no. So something has to be happening, right? I guess some people just grow facial hair really, really slowly, right? Mine grows really fast. So I have to figure out what I want to do with it, or it will figure out what it wants to do on its own. But the shape of the usual facial hair that I have, it's still there. It's just really, really short. Because I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I want it extra short, and today was one of those days. All right, so we just ran up to all these beautifully rainbow-colored folk. Hi, everybody. Ah, there you are. Thank you for coming. Hi. Why are they all looking at each other? Right. Here goes. Oh, yeah. The welcome. Oh, Kali, welcome to Kozamauka. I hope I said that right. Do it back. Do it back. Do the thing. Come on, Dae. Boom. Boom. Yeah. All right, we're friends now. You've mastered the Hanu Hanu greeting, but I wouldn't expect anything less from someone so well-traveled. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Liplu, the founder of the Turali Travel Agency. With me are my brother Yubli and my Hanu Hanu associates. We'll be happy to explain the ins and outs of our budding enterprise. You were there for the Ascension ceremony, weren't you? Yes. Okay, they just showed a still of Uklamat. Yes, I was there. There we go. Yeah, that thing. Yes, I was there for that. I do appreciate that they helped the game player. Sometimes they do reference things. They're like, "Oh, you saved me from this monster back in the day." I was like, "I don't remember you at all." Dawn servant Wuklamat spoke of growing to love her people all the more as she got to know them better, of how she wanted us to live with joy in our hearts and smiles on our faces. Well, those words certainly left their mark. The capital's residents are eager to learn about their fellow Turali, who in turn yearn to foster understanding. You see it too, don't you? An unmistakable business opportunity. I saved. I promise I did. Just right now. Right when you redeemed it. The second you redeemed it, I saved the game. Well, that's precisely where the Turali Travel Agency comes in. We'll answer that burgeoning demand. Our goal is to help revitalize the community as it attempts to rebuild after the Great Storm. Promoting Kozamauka as a tourist destination will provide a much-needed source of income for the region, and with it, all the benefits that follow. I mean, watch, if I died right now, I would come right back to this part in the quest. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe. Of course, we wouldn't be having this conversation had we not consulted the Hanu beforehand. After much discussion, they kindly agreed to set aside a tract of land by Doc Poga for development. And would you believe it? The villagers are flocking to join our staff. As Liplu said, oh, sorry, different voice. This is a big tall guy. As Liplu said, the people are eager to learn about their fellow Turali, and we Hanu are eager to share our culture with them as well. Much as when you helped us to revive Ihihana, we hope to welcome many outsiders into our home, that we may know one another better and enjoy each other's company. And what better way to do so than to support this tourism initiative? Sure, tourism's good. For the most part. Of course, tourism is an industry new to Turan. This is unfamiliar territory in many respects, and people understandably have their concerns, like turning into a tourist trap. Here's a question. Here's maybe a question that's more for our age and younger audience that I probably wouldn't ask anybody older than me. Have any of you ever gone to a tourist trap before? Like a place it's not the local culture. It's not the local food. It is made there as a curated, sanitized experience specifically to make foreigners feel comfortable and not challenged. A place with like storefronts and outfits and souvenirs that are very much indicative of they're catering to you and not anything that has to do with what's actually what it's like to live there. I made mac and cheese. Can you share? I could definitely go for some mac and cheese right now. Kit says, yep. Where'd you go? What was it like? We went to one recently. I have some pictures in one of the restricted areas in Discord. It was like a German town. It looks like Germany, but it's in Georgia. And we took a day trip there and went there. And it's so fake. It's like so like nobody there is actually of German descent. The buildings are not actually German architecture. They have veneer of what is it called? Like the plaster and timber, like half timber design from, some people call it like the Tudor architecture, but it's not, that's not specific to Tudor, and it's not the only architecture from Tudor, so that's like a bad way to describe it, like half timber German architecture. But yeah, it's all fake. It's not actually, their buildings aren't built that way. They're all veneered, and they sell a bunch of Germanic looking souvenirs that aren't actually made in Germany or by Germans or by German Americans or anything. It's really, it was a different experience. Would an aquarium count? I guess all aquariums are technically tourist trap versions of actual aquatic life. No, that's not fair. Aquariums are usually involved in some sort of conservation and cleanup work. So I wouldn't count those because they're actually working really hard to do beautiful things, and they're there to educate people on the actual experiences of marine life, as opposed to tourism, which is meant to give you a sanitized experience of somebody else's life. Mine was a Germantown too. Oh, that's so weird. Why do people pick on making fake German experiences for people in Michigan? That's weird. Why does this happen? Nice, Toady. Okay, where did we leave off? But who better to assuage those concerns than someone who's roamed far and wide and met with countless Turali from all over the continent? Wait, what's the American pronunciation for that? Assuage? Assuage? Damn it. I read that and the French just comes right out of my mouth. American pronunciation. I get this problem with some few words. Assuage. Well, with a hard J? Wait, UK. UK is also assuage? Ew.
Assuage.
Okay. The one I have the worst time with is this isn't even the way I spell this. Yeah, I spelled this word this way with an SI, but I see SZE. Can we do American pronunciation? I can't pronounce this word the American way anymore. I just turn to Oz and I'm like, you say it. Because this in my head is two words. It's the word for and the word for stream or river, or I forget what the twin is. But it's these are all like how to pronounce it correctly. I just want the American pronunciation, not the how to pronounce Szechuan in English. Oh, these people will do it.
Szechuan.
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 Szechuan. That sounds right. That guy male from Canada. That guy says it the way I've heard Americans say it, that I can't pronounce it this way anymore. Szechuan.
Szechuan.
Szechuan. How is this a sh? How is this Szechuan? It makes zero fucking sense. God, what a stupid just dumb. So the word here. The word is si. It means for. Si. Sichuan. Sichuan. It's not anywhere near Szechuan. Ever. I just want like a pronunciation thing.
Sichuan.
Thank you.
Sichuan 省.
Oh, these are all just like.
Sichuan 盆地.
Sorry. That's all the same. I'm answering this in Mandarin. It's all the same. Like it's like a auto-generated voice, but yeah, Sichuan. Can't say Szechuan off the top of my head anymore. Ugh. Flawed. Wait, that's probably not how. That's how my brain says your name. I haven't seen it in a long time. VRF lad is probably how you actually pronounce your name. I'm sorry that I call you Flawed when I see your name. Hi and welcome. I didn't really go to learn. I just wanted to see the penguin. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, to the aquarium. I mean, that's cool. I finally get to catch one of your streams. Hi, Damien, chat. For those of you that don't know, Lurk work call. Cool. Flawed that plays VR. It is Flawed. I was saying your name right. For those of you that don't know, I'm going to go ahead and shout him out. I hope he doesn't mind. That this bot here that does so much of my work on various platforms and things in the background, this application called streamer.bot, or we just call it streamerbot. This application is incredibly nuanced and difficult to use, and involves like, let's just look at the ads incoming thing. I don't know if y'all can see that the text is pretty small here, but just the nuance to the different functionalities to making something work here. And then the commands for this, where do I have an adding command as an option? This is just like a crazy app. It is not like Nightbot. It's not like the Streamlabs CloudBot. It's really complicated to use. If you know some coding, it helps. If you don't, you can still make things work, but it's like the least friendly interface and one of the most hard things to do for somebody that's not very tech savvy. Yet, StreamerBot is absolutely the best of the bots for live streaming that I've ever used in the history of bots that I've used. I've messed around with several. I also have a few Discord bots that I use, some which I love more than others, and some which I've named bad names because I hate them so much. StreamerBot is an absolutely fantastic app, but is a nightmare to learn how to use, even if you're tech savvy. And the lovely gent who popped in, who is now on a work call, so he probably can't hear me say all these nice things about him, VR Flawed, he generated the first corpus of content showing people how to use StreamerBot. Basically, code it, set it up, configure it, get it connected, get it doing automations, get it doing manual things and automatic things. And his teaching style is really spot on. As somebody who started in content creation in the educational space, albeit for like a stupid Konglang that not everybody was like that into, Konglang, I love people who are invested in teaching other people and making their content creator platform into something that can benefit so many others and create a great resource to help other people. If it weren't for Flawed's work, I would probably not use StreamerBot. I learned about the bot originally through Mary, who's now branded as Deathmoth Curios, and she got it set up with me. And then as soon as I set it up, I was like, okay, now what can I do? And she's just like, here's Flawed's information. And I just watched like, I don't know, like 3 dozen videos. And I was like, okay, I think I get it. And then I went to town, and anytime I got stuck or anytime I wanted to try something new, anytime I did a deeper dive, then I just went back to learn from his stuff even more. Absolutely just fantastic educator and a huge resource. Everything that's automated on my streams would not be as good today were it not for his tutorials. So for him to pop in makes me pleased as punch. Wow, I can't read. I thought that said sausage. Saswaj. Also, hi, Troa. Welcome on in. I was just happy to see something like sandwich. Yeah, the aquarium went on a brief trip to the city to see the chunkiest penguin. I love chunky penguins. Penguin in Mandarin is something like like tuxedo, or yeah, more like tuxedo, like a tuxedo goose, which I think is super appropriate since we were just talking about Mandarin words. Pesto is a good bean. Is that the name of the penguin? Is its name Pesto? That's amazing, if that's the case. You're aware that the Kozamauka was ravaged by a mighty storm, yes? By welcoming more travelers to our land, we stand to gain many new customers, not to mention the opportunity to work for the travel agency itself. In this way, we hope to raise the funds we need to build, rebuild, and recover. This will also be an excellent chance for the rest of Tulan to get to know us. No matter how you look at it, we'd be fools not to cooperate with Liplu and her brother. If you say so. Biggest baby. That's adorable. The Pelu Pelu strive to spread happiness through trade. It's little wonder they find a warm welcome wherever they go. Their guiding principle has earned them a great deal of trust over the years. Oh, that's good for them. Not every trader gets that sort of trust, so they're doing something right. Mablu introduced Liplu to Elder Zanuhali. She would often visit our village to peddle her wares, and it was because of her we saw fit to consider the proposal. When we first gathered to discuss the issue, Liplu painted a vivid picture of the impact her venture would have on the region, financial and otherwise. Cool. He's been losing the floof. Is he just molting, or is he like, what's going on? Losing the floof. I handled the managerial side of the enterprise. If you decide to join us, I'll be counting on your insights to help me solve the little problems we'll no doubt encounter along the way. Don't talk about problems yet. Don't talk about problems. Oh, just molting the baby floof. Gotcha. Oh, he's a baby. He's a chunk baby. Named Pesto. So cute. The core of our business is providing accommodations and guided tours for the local area. As we speak, Wook Evo is putting his shipwright skills to use, heading up construction for our base of operations by Doc Poga. From sourcing foodstuffs to souvenirs, foodstuffs to souvenirs, and everything in between, we're working hand in glove with the good people of Okhanu to make sure this venture benefits everyone involved. Still, there are a few things I'm worried about. The guided tours, for example. Visitors will journey here after making a reservation at our office in Tuliholal, and we'll have to guarantee their safety every step of the way. After all, we can't expect our customers to handle themselves like you can. Want me to pull an image from the Googles? Yeah, if you would. I think links are enabled, so you could just toss me a link and I'll put it up on stream. Also, I'm at it. Can I just do a shout out for VR Flawed? Boop. Boop. Dude, these games are amazing. I always wanted to get into this kind of stuff. Having like the flow state that's required to play games like this, it just looks like such a superpower. That's so cool. Yeah. It'd be so much fun to do stuff like that. Although I can't really have a good chat with you guys when I'm playing a game like that. Maybe in my off time, though. And that leads us neatly back to my proposition. So how about it? Can we count on your help as a special advisor while the travel agency finds its feet? The answer is yes. Oh, whoops, I'm not in the screen. Consider yourself as advised or once proposition home out of it. The second answer for these two answer questions is literally always like a negative sort of hesitant yes. Like you can always answer yes, but sometimes it's like a crappy yes. And this one, the way I feel about this is if they're going to give you two different options and they're both yes, why make one so like milquetoast? All right, let's look at this floof. Look at this floof. That's pesto. Pesto is amazing. Dang. I'll just chuck a pre-mult image into the DMs. This is, oh my gosh. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. What a chungus. An absolute chungus. Also, it's funny seeing such floofy fur or feathers when they get like wet and soggy. It's so weird to me how streamlined penguins get when they get older, but they're so non-streamed. Well, this one's exorbitantly like chunky for some reason, but like, why did the fledglings have so much more fuzz? It means that they probably can't move nearly as well, but maybe they haven't developed like a proper amount of blubber yet. So they got to eat their way to get the blubber, and then when the blubber's there to protect and keep them warm, then they don't need the floof. If a penguin could feel cold at all, though, I would imagine that they can't even feel the cold, could they? Is there a too cold for penguins to survive? Makes me wonder. I think Pesto just hit a growth spurt really early. I've seen a couple kids like that at the Littles kindergarten. There's a couple kids where you look and you're just like, whoa, are you like a second grader and you're just hanging out with these kids today? Like, what's going on? It's like, oh no, you're part of this class? Dang. Yeah, some kids just grow like hella quick. Okay, we'll do the polite answer. Yay, everybody's so happy because I answered politely. Aha, I knew we could count on you. Wonderful. Although I'm loath to put you to work straight away, I would seek your assistance. We guides have each devised a plan for our prospective tours based on our knowledge of our homeland, but we'd benefit greatly from the input of a worldly traveler like yourself. Honest opinions only. Leeplu, perhaps you could accompany Daya and appraise the tours as well? I'll stay behind and oversee construction with Wook Evu. Alright. A fine idea. Guides, please wait in your respective tour locations. I will take Daya to each of you in turn. Pesto is less than a year old. Aw. Adorbs. Completely raised in captivity, I'd presume. When you're ready, just say the word. I'm as keen as the Hanu Hanu are to hear your thoughts. Well, then hear them you shall. Boop. All set? Now then, our three guides have planned 3 unique tours, so we will speak with them one at a time before proceeding to the next. We'll start by paying a visit to Genuanu in the Fields of Gold, who I am told wishes to showcase local industry with a focus on the village and reed fields. Let's go. Okay, that is this way. Where are we? Oh, we're up here. Gotcha. Okay. I was like, we're not over by the dock yet, are we? We are not. So these are the fields that the Warrior of Light helped the Dawn Servant to grow. I'm glad you're here. I almost couldn't bear the wait. Right, let me explain my concept for the tour. Ahem. First and foremost, I see this as a chance for our customers to understand we Hanu, and where better to learn than right here among our reed fields. After all, reeds are at the very heart of our culture. Just cast your gaze across these lush fields and you'll get a sense of what defines us. But that's enough about my thoughts. What do you think? I should like to believe this is a place those not of the Hanu can also appreciate. But... I think they shouldn't be the sole focus. It's just a lot of plants. The tour should absolutely involve the reeds, but as Dai suggests, I think visitors will want to learn about other aspects of Hanu culture too. Perhaps giving them a tour of local settlements will serve as a worthy introduction to your traditions. Yes, I think the plan is coming along nicely. To summarize, if we begin by guiding guests around the villages, they'll see how reeds are so tightly interwoven with Hanu culture. That way, they'll appreciate the precious resource growing in your paddies all the more. I was so excited about showing visitors our fields. I hadn't considered that they might like to learn about the normal everyday lives of we Hanu too. I appreciate the suggestion. Consider also having a range of handicrafts on offer that visitors might purchase if so inclined. Perhaps a mix of practical household items and more esoteric trinkets, charms and the like. Alright, let's head for breath between next. Zelihali has proposed a walking tour of the river and ought to be waiting for us there. That seems dangerous, I think. Isn't this river populated with, like, crocodile creatures and stuff? Well, maybe here is safer. Well, you've got all these waterfalls and rocks, though, too. I don't know. You fall off of this, you're not having a good day. What's a walking tour of the river? Unless you mean just along the bridge, maybe? Perhaps? The water seems rushing a little fast. If somebody were to fall in, though. You gotta do better with these guardrails. Is this in my OSHA handbook? It says close the guardrails. I completely lost track of time. My attention was whisked away by the endless waters of Kuhushage. I don't know how to pronounce that. My first instinct is a SH sound with the X. Partly because of Mandarin and partly because there is a Brazilian beer spelled SXINGU that is, I believe, pronounced Xingu. Kuhushage, I would say then. If you didn't already know, Kuhushage means big tongue in our language. If you aren't careful, you might find yourself slurped up and taken off by the current. That's not a good place to do a walking tour then, man. You know, I bet insights into the language like that would prove a hit with the visitors. I'm glad you think so, but I'm still a little unsure of my plan. The idea is to guide guests along the river, explaining the language and local history as I go. But is that really enough entertainment? Maybe. Working in a spot of fishing? Oh, that might be fun, but also dangerous. I hope you're well prepared for any water-related mishaps. Let's talk about that, because that's immediately what came to my mind. Honestly. Rest assured that guides and villagers will be on hand to respond. We Hanu are rather buoyant, and given our command of the wind, we're well equipped to intervene should any incidents occur. Alright. I appreciate your advice. Whatever form the tour takes, I want to make sure our guests leave completely satisfied. I'll be sure to confer with Liplu as I hammer out the details. Alright, if you say so. It's time we went to see Shanuhanu. He's proposed a magical spelunking tour in which we visitors can marvel at the natural beauty of the world beneath our feet. To Cave Kikitola. How do you guys think I'm doing on the pronunciation of things? This is not like one of my well-practiced accents for voiceover either. There are some that just come incredibly natural, and others that I only got through academy training, and I usually spend a week or two workshopping the language out to get like all the nuance of the accent down, especially vowel sounds, to make something sound more legitimate. But if I'm just doing ad hoc reads for Final Fantasy, I'm obviously not doing this for money. It's just like for funsies, doing off the cuff, best guess as how I would do the character sort of thing. There you are. I was starting to feel lonesome waiting for you to arrive. Let's get straight to it, shall we? Cave Kikitola is the source of many minerals and medicinal ingredients. For generations, it's been held as a sacred site of healing. I'm sure visitors will be enamored with the cave's natural beauty, but the route here from the villages is long and arduous, and the interior is rather dark. I fear it might not be a suitable reward for the challenge of simply getting here. How about this one? Visitors could try their hand at collecting cool stuff. Glowies and shinies. An excellent suggestion. Of course, with any such plans, respect for the cave and its significance for the Hanu will be paramount. The souvenirs we acquire in our journeys can be quite near and dear to us. I think visitors would love to take a piece of their trip back home, and the villagers could make use of any surplus materials as well. But as Senu Hanu said, the cave is somewhat remote. We can't discount the possibility of tour groups running afoul of fiends on the way here. Perhaps we'd be better off reserving this course for more seasoned travelers. I must say, the two of you are full of fine ideas. I'm starting to get excited. Give me a little longer and I'll have my plan ready. All right. Well, with that, we've heard all three proposals from our guides. I'm sure you're tired after all that traipsing around, but let's get back to Okanu, shall we? Sure. When are we going to see the site of your new venture, though? Apparently, this dino is extremely rare, and several of the free company mates are upset at those of us that have one. I got mine without opening too many lock boxes. Only like 1,200 or so. But you get like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds during the content that you get those boxes from Eureka. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time, but you helped address the guide's worries and brought some excellent suggestions to the table. While we were out there, a question I've been pondering came to mind. What exactly is it we're selling with the Tolali Travel Agency? It's not as simple as peddling produce or providing a service. If we're unsure, we'll have a hard time enticing customers. Yeah, you need to figure out a business plan. For the longest time, I couldn't pinpoint the answer, but hearing those proposals made it crystal clear. We're in the business of ephemeral experiences. It is our responsibility to curate every moment of a visitor's stay and ensure they leave with wonderful memories that last a lifetime. That way, our customers will be sure to fall in love with Kodzamauka and its people. That name is hard for me to say. I think somebody's hearing. Yep, there it is. I can practically hear my inner abacus clacking away, provided we hold fast to our principles and remember that we're here to serve our customers above all else. I'm confident they'll have no qualms about parting with their hard-earned Pel. Pel being the money here. The Torali Travel Agency will be synonymous with experiences both exceptional and unforgettable. I'll have to drive that message home when I promote our enterprise in the capital. Then there's the matter of making sure the benefits outweigh the burdens for the Hanu. Oh, there's so much to do. Oh, it seems like you're happy. But before all that, how about we take a look at our soon-to-be built base of operations near Dokpoga? Dokpoga. Knowing my brother and Wukevu, I dare say they've made remarkable progress already. Let's go, let's see it. I'm running out of time, yo. Running out of time. Running out of time. Whoa. Whoa. Simmer down on that red. It's a little bit better. Yeah, this is one of the zones I did not spend a lot of time on. We did our MSQ here, and we never came back for anything. We didn't get flight. We had to come. This was the last zone we got flight in. It seemed, one, so remote, and two, the story wasn't really strongly developed here. It didn't feel like there was a lot of memorable experiences here. The Hanu had a drought or like some sort of blight, and we helped them fix it, and then we left. But it's nice to see that there's another reason to come back here with this quest line, it looks like. Apparently, they're ready to start construction. The blueprints have been finalized and all the materials are to hand. Once the work is finished, then the countdown really begins. Here's hoping for satisfied customers and, more importantly, happiness for all involved, be they Hanu, Pelu, or adventurer extraordinaire. It's so wonderful to have you on board. Let's work together and make this a stunning success. Oh, if you say so, what did I get? Oh, Ohokali. Nice. That's something we can do immediately. What do we get? What do we get? Oh, the rain went away. Okay. So they're building it up. What do you say we get this thing built? Oh, it's this guy. I remember Wook Evu now. He was a character. Hey, already looking much better. Just like some wood scaffolding for a second there. All right. Nice colors. Nice. Good draw. Okay. Heck, I feel like we already skipped a whole society quest step to see it this way, this fast. Does that say Turali Travel Agency? With construction work on the Turali Travel Agency complete, Leap Blue and her associates have their eyes set on establishing Kodzamoka as a top tourist destination. Yet a host of challenges remain before their goals can be realized. As special advisor, it is your duty to offer support and guidance as they embark on this exciting new enterprise. Sweet. I'm like in management now of a touring company. Turali Travel Agency Society quests unlocked. And we're already friendly. We purchase wares from Pavli. You've learned the emote Ohokali. Can we do that one? An achievement. Sure, a lot of things happening on black screens here. Ohokali, I'm guessing, is its own command by name. Yeah, it is. Doop, doop, doop. And you say it. Your character actually says the word, yeah. You demonstrate a polite Ohokali. Ohokali. All right. Some other players here. There's an Aetheryte here now. There's our quest giver. We're basically out of time, just sort of taking a look. What sort of things do you get from Pell Plumes? Others. A lot of materia. Okay. I guess we'll have to increase faction to see what other stuff we'll have access to. This is nice and comfortable in here. Hello there, special advisor. What can I do for you? Okay, that's just the person that explains this area. Are these like rooms? It just looks like storage back there. I guess it would just be storage. This is the actual travel agency itself. And then There's this. Is this like a petting zoo? Or are these alpacas for riding? It'd be really cute if you could just come in here and pet them. I think that would be enough for what this is. This is a whole stairway up to a tree with stuff on it. Just literally just for holding building materials. And then this one's still not done, but it'll be something, I'm sure. This is a really big area for Society Quest, actually. Most of them aren't this large. These must be places to stay. I guess they'd be areas you could, yeah, like a little motel, be like a little yurt experience inside. And then there's more stuff up here. You can be closer to the waterfall. These are, I guess these are just more places to stay. This is all just sort of, yeah, places to stay plus places to eat. This must be like a special suite way, way, way back here. This would be the most expensive one. It's basically right over the water and the closest to the big, big waterfall. It's a big ass waterfall. Is this even on the map? It's officially off the map. How high can you go? How much can you see? So this is also the byproduct of like a huge river on a mesa sort of thing, which is crazy. So this water comes down from those places. How the hell it gets there in the first place, I have no idea. And then it comes gushing down in several different cascading areas. Neat. So, oh yeah, there's this whole other thing too. What the hell? This place is just huge. So you got your petting zoo here, your places to stay here, more places to stay here. Then this weird round dock. It's blocked off at the end underwater. Does that mean they're gonna want to do like a water park thing here or something? Maybe put some sort of aquatic fun thing to touch and pet and do tricks. A little miniature SeaWorld. It's also right at the very edge of the map. Why does this say edge of the map, but there's this little... What is this weird arc there? Oh, this thing used to end right here. And then we did the Society Quest and it started to build more stuff. That's what's happening. Interesting. Okay. God, the rain here feels heavier than in other places. Like it actually looks like you want to get in from the rain here. Okay. Oh. I'm already burning the midnight oil here. So, maybe it's time to call it a night. Thank you all for a lovely discourse. This one was another good deep dive into a topic that's got some controversy going on. I think ultimately we agreed on is like, yeah, ads should get to do what ads want to do. Companies should get to choose where their ads get played and placed. Content creators shouldn't have to censor themselves, but if they want to play nice with companies, you got to do what the companies want, right? There's power dynamics everywhere, and everybody's got to know what their part is in it. I would never want to live in a country, I think, where the country would dictate that companies have to pay content creators no matter what. Because content creators can be loose cannons sometimes and say some really crazy shit. And I think also we live in a world where a lot of the things that we say and do are so abstracted out that sometimes it's nice to see reactions to things where people reap what they've sowed a little bit. And at the same time, I'm a bit anxious as somebody who's not grown very large in the space, that if I want to rely more heavily on advertisement money to be a diversification for growing this, then I might have to choose between what conversations to have and what philosophies to hold as the platform in order to make sure that companies and advertisers will still appeal to this. But we might be able to find other solutions, whether that's more direct donation sort of work or sponsorships or whatever. Sponsorships, we'd still have to be appealing to some companies out there, but maybe less so than broad advertisements. So it's a lot to consider. Ultimately, for me, it looks like some of the ad revenue is coming back up again. I don't know how that is for some of the bigger streamers. I haven't connected with the topic since I learned about the adpocalypse in the first place. But I wonder if it was just a brief dip and things are going back up. It's something to be mindful of in a lot of financial sectors, though. Stocks and other holdings too, real estate. Sometimes these things take dips or make bubbles and you just don't know when or for what reason or what complexity of different factors are going into the changes that you see. And to be able to make a claim, oh, it's just this one thing. It's certain that this one dynamic is affecting everything. It's bold. We have to think in bigger systems. And I think we have the technology to do so. We just don't have, not everybody has the access to that data. That would be nice. A future in which we could all see the manipulating forces underneath everything and just be given access to the systems. Maybe some people couldn't handle that though. Well, on that note, if you were watching on Kick or YouTube, then it's time to say goodnight. Twitch, hang on, because we're going to go find somebody to raid out to. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. YouTube and Kick, catch you in the next one. Saturday, more Alan Wake 2. All right, bye.